That's the structure of any industry and in digital industry, technology. So what we are talking about is what is called Web 2, right? Where platforms dominate. It's in the hands of private sector, like search is in the hands of Google, social media, so Facebook. So
40 we are starting for it.
you have concentration in every if you look at hospital chain, right? There are few large hospital chains, and there are hundreds and thousands of small
We
mom
can't
and
post it
pop
one
hospitals.
sponsor like that now.
It's free for everything.
It'll be tricky for us.
Morning, sir. My name is Mohan. I'm from Kochi. What are
This is to move to sustainable regenerative agriculture, right? Uh, Using chemicals efficiently without leaving any residue, right? So we know these are the things to be done, right? Agriculture should actually put carbon back to the soil rather than take out. So
as a partner. Sir, what do you think are some key success factors for us as an academic institution and young Indians to really make it through? Because we kind of heard about mentorship, we heard about employability, we heard about startups. What are the few things that you say, okay, this is how, Anand, I will measure your success when you work with YI?
So for academic institutions, see, there are three roles an academic institution plays. One is knowledge dissemination. That's the traditional role that educational institutions play. Second is knowledge creation. And the third is taking that knowledge to society, knowledge impact. Now, most of our academic institutions focus on knowledge dissemination. Now, that is going to be displaced or reimagined using technology. Today, there is more knowledge outside any organization on the internet. We can crowdsource that knowledge or the wisdom. So the role of the institute now changes to application of the knowledge and making the students better equipped to use that knowledge, better equipped to work in teams, better leaders, better in values, ethics, etc., better in communications, better in sales, marketing, financial. So the skill sets that a university needs to provide are different and entrepreneurial in nature and things like that. And then they have to become better at knowledge creation and knowledge impact and knowledge, use the knowledge for society's value and things like that. So when we do research, do we ask the question, is our research relevant? Maybe not 100% of the time it should be relevant. It can be blue sky. It can have a long term, but 70% of the work that we do must have an impact, because ultimately the education institution is getting funded by the society. So the society must see the benefit of your existence. Now, if you want to measure these things, actually metrics you need to create, of course, I would say, how do you rank in terms of employment, placement, where do your students go to, what impact they create, which will be slightly long term, and how flexible are you now to make it easier for students to join you, right? We need to think about new models like multiple entry points, multiple exit points, like NEP talks about. All of those things are very, very important today. What role do you play in continuing education, which is again something that industry needs, because we don't learn once and use for the rest of our life. We actually learn continuously. Every 3 years, 5 years, we have to renew our knowledge. So what role does the university play in that, right? All of those things we need to ask.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Yash Devra from the Guwahati chapter. So my question is, the entrepreneurs in today's world face a dilemma that is basically equity or scalability. Would or should an entrepreneur look at scaling up faster and give up equity, or should he look to retain equity and then delay the scalability factor?
Yeah, see, unfortunately, we have all got carried away with this startup definition, which is, our goal is to create a unicorn. But 70% of the CIS membership is MSME. The backbone of a country is MSME. 70% of the jobs in the country are created by MSMEs, right? So to me, the primary goal of a founder or an entrepreneur is to create a sustainable, profitable, legal, ethical business which gives good jobs, becomes good corporate citizens, pay the taxes, and does not fail. Only few, very few, handful, should attempt to take the highly risk path of taking external money, which is the equity that you talked about, and scaling up the business rapidly and creating a unicorn. Few. Why do we need those few? Because we want to create rapidly huge wealth in the country. Because the technology transitions provide that opportunity. But we want only few. No, I asked the question when a founder comes to me, are you going to get married? He's looking at me in a surprised manner, right? Why am I asking that question? Because I tell him, don't start a business if you're going to get married soon. Everybody will get married. I'm just saying, if you're going to get married in the next 1 or 2 years, don't start a business now. Because you're going to take additional responsibility. You will need now double the income that you have today. Right? So, or if you have dependent parents and things like that, and you need a steady income, don't start a business. Very similar to that, I think our goal must be to create sustainable, profitable, good, legitimate businesses. I think we've gone away from that today. I think we've got carried away with this startup, but 70, 80, 90% of the startups fail. So only few should attempt to do that.
Sadly, today startup founders are proud of the exits they have made than the
No, that's
impact
okay.
that they've done.
No,
It's always you say, I've had 7 exits, rather than saying I've created so much of
no,
impact.
it's okay. See, that is fine. We just need to learn from those mistakes. If the exits are good exits, because again, many of the startups will not go to do an IPO. They will actually exit. So that's all fine. I'm just saying that, the highly scalable, disruptive startups, new models are few, but we need them to create, that leapfrogging, the jumpstart the economy requires. But they're highly risky. Taking a job in those companies is highly risky. You lose your job probably. Suddenly, one day you will get fired. Right? So we need to understand and accept these things. What we need is many more attempts to create MSMEs. Because those are steady jobs. Those are good jobs. Those are the companies that build the country. They are the regular steady businesses.
The last question.
Pranam sir, I'm Subhashini from YI Pondicherry. So while you have touched base on 360, I have a very personal question to you as an aspiring entrepreneur. There's always something when you have to be the helm of something, you have to pay a price. What is the price that we pay? For example, we are always thinking about the health and the goodness of our company or profits. What about the stress levels that's increasing? How do we balance the human value system in us as an entrepreneur? Because to strike balance while we're just climbing the ladder in the fast racing, as you said, you're at the right time of transition. While we are here at the fast moving environment where sustainability in terms of slowing down is very difficult for us, human relationships, family, and as an individual, how do we balance is my question to you, because I want to take from you as an entrepreneur, what is the life lesson that you would like to impart with us? Thank you.
You've asked the most interesting, toughest question last. And we can have a full session discussing that, right? But see, stress is all around us, okay? Stress can be within your family, stress can be with your friends, stress can be at work, stress can be COVID hitting you. There are more things not under your control than within your control. Everybody needs to accept that. And I can tell you same thing. You and I are not different, right? More things which are not under our control. Millions of things not under our control. Ukraine war, affecting our petrol prices, right? Creating inflation, throwing our, balancing our family budget out of whack. Now, who will you blame, right? So, having a plan B, learning to manage your life, your time, your money, prioritizing what is important to you. Is it relationships? That's why I said, if you're going to get married, don't start a business. Right? So actually, you need to write down what is important to you, because that's what is creating the stress. Stress cannot be avoided in life. Okay? Learn to manage stress. Learn to manage your time. Learn to manage your money. These are very, very important. If you do that, you will not, you will still face unexpected situations, but you'll have always a plan B. You will have a fallback option. You will have a nest egg that you can depend on. You will have friends that you can depend on. Identify who are the friends that I can depend on, who will stand behind me. Right? And I should stand behind some people so that they can depend on me. It's always, back and forth, or two-way street. This is what is important. You cannot avoid stress. And when you say, I'm stressed out, or too many, it's your choice. That's all I have to tell you. And exercise that choice properly. That's the best you can do. Learn to manage these things. Managing self, everybody talks about managing business, managing the country. Nobody talks about managing self. Very important before you start on managing the business or managing the country. Because then only you can give 100%. You have to be healthy. That's another stress point. Right? Everybody knows eat healthy, right? But do we practice it? I'm adding myself to all this list, right? We can't be always doing the right thing, but the thing is constantly think about it and take corrective action. In fact, I have a slide later in my presentation which says that every day, make sure that you are a better self than yesterday. Right? In all these things that you talked about, can you reduce stress? Can you improve things? Can you manage things better? Can you allocate time better? Can you exercise more? Can you eat healthier? Right? Can you meet your family more often? Write down these goals and practice those goals. That will reduce your stress. Otherwise, stress will not go away. It will only increase. Thank you.
On that really, really wonderful, inspiring note, don't have the heart to say it, but that kind of wraps up this lovely session of Utkarsh, where we are more inspired, sir. And I'm sure at least 9 or 10 people would be inspired to walk that path and build that unicorn, or at least everyone in this room is with you in building a much stronger India. And we would love to have you inspire us periodically and keep pushing us to do a lot more. With that, I hand it back to the MCs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this was the rendezvous with Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. On behalf of Utkarsh, requesting our convener, Shripad Kutiyar, to present a small token of our appreciation and befitting for a standing ovation to our very own Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Requesting Kaushik to please lead our guest. As we get on to the next session, quick few announcements. All the delegates who have not registered for IIM Bangalore, you've got a cutoff time at 1:30, straight down, right side. You've got Poonam from via Bangalore who's going to be there. So please give in your COVID vaccination IDs and your IDs. And at 1:30, we close the list, yeah? Requesting the team from via Mysuru to please come on stage for the quick announcement of the hackathon led by Chair Abhigna. Abhigna, Ankit, Ajay, and Team Mysuru on stage for the quick announcement.
Friends, those of you who have signed up for a session with Mr. Krish, 25 of you, Only those who have already signed, please head to boardroom number 1. People, only those who have signed up a couple of days back, please go to boardroom number 1. Thank you so much.
Abhignya, all yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So YI Mysuru is here to launch the poster of the 24 hours hackathon that happens as a flagship event of YI Mysuru every year. So I'll now request Nigam to kindly play the video, and I hand over to Ajay, who's our innovation chair. Sorry?
Yeah, requesting all of you to please take your seats.
Yeah, wait until, Praveen, can we have you on stage, please?
Ladies and gentlemen, Hackathon 2022 by YI Mysuru. We would request all of you to please be seated. We've got a very, very interesting activity right after this. And that's Team YI Mysuru along with our regional chair, Praveen, on stage. A quick announcement as well from YI Indore under its rural initiative is glad to present the Rakhis for the coming festival, designed and made with love. And they hope that this year the rural women would take back home with a lot of pride. They're looking forward to getting this promoted, so they're available right outside. This is from YI Indore. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have the next activity with Mr. Medhansh, who's going to be leading us. All yours.
Right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how are you guys doing? No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. All right, fine. Okay, and what we do is let's all stand up, everybody, please. Let's all stand up, everybody. Okay, put your mobile phones down. Now, I want you to be empty-handed, completely, all of you. All right, are you all fine now? All right, fine. So, well, as the gentleman introduced, my name is Medhansh. I'm here to get this entire day, get entire session get a little more interesting right now. Okay, I think you had too much of corporates, too much of corporate lectures, and too much of gyans that you found now. So let's have some fun. Are you guys ready to have some fun? Oh, okay. If you want to have some fun, you'll have to make some noise. Okay, come on, make some noise, everybody. Come on. You know, Utkarsh 2022 is all about young entrepreneurs. I want to understand how young are you, all right, fine? How young you are, okay? Come on, make some noise. Fantastic. Okay, what we do is we do an activity right now. We'll do something very simple, okay? So what I do is when I say 1, all of you put your hands together like, and you have to clap, okay? On the count of 1, okay? Ready? Let's do this. Ready? 1. This is not the young clap, okay? So the young entrepreneurs clap should be a little more louder and tighter, okay? Come on, ready? 1. Let it come together, right? I want everybody to be together, okay? Come on. Let's make this house unique, okay? Come on, ready? 1. 1. Okay, it needs to come down and then go up. Everybody, okay, this is not the way young entrepreneurs do, okay? Young entrepreneurs will have a lot of energy, all right, fine? Okay, ready? Let's start it once again. On the count of 1, when I say 1, you will clap once. When I say 2, you clap twice. Okay, ready? 1, 2. Okay, fine. Little more faster, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 1, 2. Fantastic. Now we come to the number 3. Okay, the number 3, all that you will say is you'll say ho. Everybody together will say ho. All right, fine. A little more louder, and then say ho like this. Put your hand on. Let's say ho. Okay, ready? 1. I said 1. All right, fine. Okay, safe. Okay, let me start with 3. Okay, 3. Where's your hand? Where's your hand? Come on, like this, little harder. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 3, 3, 3. Fantastic. Okay, let's do it once again. Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, this is Utkarsh 2022, and all you young Indians right here. Okay, let's begin. And I'm here on behalf of Muthoot Finance. Okay, the corporate contributor right here for this entire event. Okay, so let's start this once again. 1. Okay, see again, it's gone. The energy should never drop. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 1, 3, 1. All right, please be seated. Please be seated. All right, fine. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick up quickly volunteers from here because I need some volunteers because we have space constraint. We can't have the game together with all of you. Okay, this lady right here, ma'am, please come up. Okay, why don't you nominate one gentleman from here? One gentleman from here. Whoever. Okay, fine. He's matching your color. Okay, fine. Fantastic. Ma'am, you get up. You get up. Come on. You nominate one person from here. You nominate one person from here. Come on, quickly. All right, fine. Please come up. Come up right here, buddy. Let's go there. Okay. Okay, right here. I'm going to come ask this gentleman. So please get up. Okay, so why don't you nominate one lady from here? One lady from here. Anybody? Anybody? Okay, ma'am, please come on. Come on, move there. Okay, this lady right here. Ma'am, you please stand up. Come on, get up. You nominate one gentleman from here. One gentleman from here. Not your neighbor, not your neighbor. Not your neighbor. Okay. Come on, right here. Like, pick up. Okay, the person with the mask right there. Okay, so please come up. Get up. Come on, get up. You know, you can't escape, buddy. When the lady calls up, you can't. Come on, right up. Come on, right up here. Okay, come on, both of you, please step up there. Please go there. Okay, so I'm quickly going to come right here. Okay, that lady right there, ma'am, please stand up. Yes, why don't you nominate one person, one gentleman from here? Anybody right here? Okay, come on, get up. Come on, faster. Come on, quickly. Okay, right here, I'm going to ask this gentleman, please get up. And why don't you pick one lady from here? Anybody from here? Anybody? Nobody's looking at you? Okay, she's busy on the phone. Ma'am, right here. Hi. Okay, she's too busy on the phone. Yes, I'm talking to you, ma'am. Please come up. Come right here. All right, find somebody else, ma'am. Why don't you join in? Come on, get up. Quickly. Come on. Come up right here. Okay, right here, this lady, ma'am. Please, why don't you nominate one gentleman from here? Okay, please come up. Right there. Okay, finally. Okay, this gentleman. Okay, come on, buddy. Just come up and pick up one lady from here. Anybody? One. Okay, please come up. Ma'am, you stand up. Get up. And one gentleman again. One gentleman around. Okay, it's the person. Okay, come on. Right here. Okay, so let's have let's see how many women are here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And the gentleman, please come right here. All the men, please come up right here. Come forward. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Brilliant, super. Why don't you turn this way? Face these beautiful women right here. Okay, come on, sir, come right here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need one more lady. I have one more volunteer who can volunteer. Anybody here? You want to join? Volunteer, ma'am? Anybody from this? Come on. Oh, she's coming there. Okay, come on, please. Super, fantastic. All right, fine. So now what we're going to do is, I'm going to ask you a simple question to you guys, okay? Have you ever felt like shooting anybody in your life?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. This is a absolute yes question whenever I go to any corporates. Okay, so how about you?
Yeah.
Almost every day?
No.
Never. Fantastic, super, brilliant. How about you, ma'am? You do? You feel that every day? Okay, how about you, ma'am? Pretty much every day?
At times.
At times? Not at all? Not even once? All right, fine. Okay, I'll see that. Okay. Every day, fantastic. How about you, sir?
Yeah.
Every day? Almost?
Not at times.
At times, okay. How about you? Never? Never at all? Never, ever? Okay, fine.
Almost every year.
Fantastic, superb. were your subordinates? All right, fine. Once, only once? Super, fantastic. Okay. Sometimes, okay. Sometimes. Not at all. Absolutely. All right, fine. How about you, sir? At times. At times? Okay, fine. So what we do is right now, I want you to tell me who's your favorite actress. No, I think anybody. Deepika Padukone. Fantastic. How about you? Kajol. Deepika Padukone. Come on, one, somebody. You can name somebody. You can name yourself. Okay, Deepika. Okay, fine. Okay, Deepika. Okay.
Don't have a favorite, but maybe Shushmita Sen.
Shushmita Sen. Fantastic. Sridevi. Deepika. Okay, fine. Okay, everybody. Okay, Deepika. Okay, Deepika. Alia Bhatt. Okay, so who's your favorite actor?
Rajnikant.
Rajinikanth. Super, superstar. Okay, come on, make some noise for Thalaiva. All right, fine. Yes. Hrithik Roshan. Okay. Surya. Okay. Ranbir Kapoor. Mohanlal. Okay, fine. See, the Cochin team is already, this is what you call a unity in diversity. Okay. So when they're so patriotic about their region. Okay, super, fantastic. Ajit. Okay, fine. Kamal Hassan. Okay. Tom Cruise. All right, fine. All right, fine. Tom Cruise. Okay. So all the Tom Cruise, put the Tom Cruise, Kamal Hassan, Rajinikanth, put your hand in your pocket and stand as stylish as possible. And all the Deepika Padukones, Alia Bhatt, Shushmita Sen, put your hand and then stand like this, Come on, everybody. Yes, come on. Put your hand like this and then stand like this. Fantastic. Super. Okay, now, since you all mentioned of shooting somebody, what we do is take out your gun like this, everybody. Take your gun up like this. Right, is on the top, right up. Okay, so I'm going to train you how to shoot now. It's simple. All that you do is say, "Discount." Fantastic, superb. Lovely, superb. Come on now. All right, no problem. Okay, come on, say discount. Louder. Louder. Fantastic. Okay, fine. Come on. What is? Okay, come on, say discount. Lovely, super, fantastic. Superb. Come on, once again, louder. Lovely. Lovely, superb. Superb, louder. Come on, okay. Can we put a little more volume on the mic, please? Okay. Okay, fine. Okay, let's say it louder. Discount. Fantastic. Discount. Okay, discount. Ready? Very good. Super. Fantastic. Yes, sir. Where's your gun? Oh, you're Rajinikanth, right? Okay. All right, fine. Say discount like this. Discount. Louder. Discount. Fantastic. Discount. Lovely. Superb. Discount. He's too frustrated now. I can see that. Yes, sir. Discount. Louder. Discount. Fantastic. Discount. Superb. Shoot. All right, fine. Yes, sir. Super, fantastic. Super. This is international show. Tom Cruise. All right, fine. So now we will start the game. Okay, the game is simple. When I say one, the one will shoot each other. I've given you numbers. You're 1, you're 2, you're 3, you're 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Okay. 1. So you're 1, you're 2, you're 3, you're 4, you're 5, you're 6, you're 7, and you're 8. Okay. So when I say 1, the 1 will shoot each other. Say discount. When I say 2, 2 will shoot 3, 3 will shoot 4, 5 respective numbers. You only shoot for your number. If you shoot for the wrong number, you'll be out of the game. Okay? Ready? And you'll have to be quick. If you're slow in shooting, you'll be out of the game. Okay? You'll have to be quick. Okay, we'll have a trial round. Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 1. What is that? I said discount. I trained you so much. Now it's coming dishum. Okay, when I said discount. Okay? A little louder. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 1. Super, fantastic. 1. Only once. All right, fine. Okay, ready. Stay. 2, 3. I said 3. So you'll be out of the game, sir. Okay, fine. You'll be out of the game, ma'am. Okay, ready. 1, 2, 3, start. 3. No silencers. No silencers. Don't use silencers, okay? You'll be loud, okay? Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 3, 4, 4. He said, shh. He said, shh. We'll be loud, sir. Okay, ready? One. If you're not loud, then it's not going to be fun. Okay, ready, steady. It's all about having energy now. Come on, let's wear it out. Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 4. 4. You're number 5, buddy. You're number 5. Okay, ready, steady. 5. Okay, 5. 5. 5. 5. 6. 6. 1. All right, fine. Okay, ready, steady. 5. Okay, 6, 7, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7, 7, 8, 1. 8, 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 3. Okay, fine. So that was a trial round. Now we'll quickly have eliminations. Whichever team, either side, whichever team loses the first 5 will be eliminated and the other team will be declared winners. Okay, so we'll see if the women will make it happen or the men right here. Okay, you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Okay, fine, let's do that. Okay, ready, steady, no more trials. Okay, if you don't shoot, you'll be out of the game. And if you're slow in shooting, you'll be out of the game. Okay, and if you shoot for the wrong number, you'll be out of the game. Okay, ready, steady. Let's get one step forward. One step forward, the men. Okay, fine. Ready? Ready? Steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 1. You're out. Okay, so now you have a privilege of shooting both the ladies. You have 1 discount, 2 discount. Okay, ready? 1 discount, 2 discount. Okay, ready? Steady. 1, 2. Okay, ready? Steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. You're out. You're slow. Okay, so now we change the numbers. 1, 2, you're 3, you're 4, you're 5, 6, and you're 7. So you're 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. Both of you are eliminated. Silencers. Silencers. Okay, come right here, ma'am. Okay. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Okay, ready? Let's see who's gonna win this. Ready? 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 6. So look at the target and shoot. Don't worry. Look at the target and shoot. Okay, ready? Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Sir, I'll say 2. You say discount. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 2. You're gone. All right, fine. Well done, superb. Okay, ma'am, you're 1 and 2 both. 1 and 2 both. Okay, 1 and 2. 1 discount, 2 discount. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? So the women are here. If you lose 1 more, when 2 more, then they're gone. And 1, 2, 3 more right here. Okay, ready? Steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4. He was too aggressive in shooting. Fantastic, superb. Okay, finally, if you lose 1 more here, the men will be the winners. Okay, 1 more person right here loses, then you're gonna be. So you're 1 and 2, you're 3 and 4. Okay, and 5 and 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1 and 2, 3 and 4, 5 and 6. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 6, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2. You're out, sir. Fantastic, superb. Okay, so you're just 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1 and 2, 3, 4, and 5. You're 1 and 2, you're 3, 4, and 5. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 5, All right, fine. So now 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Either of them loses one person in their team, they will be out of the game. Only one. Only 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, ready, steady. 1, 2, 3, start. 1, 2, 1. So the women win this. Fantastic, super, brilliant, fantastic. All right, fine. So well done, buddy. Superb. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now you know how to vent out your frustration. If you want to shoot somebody, all that say discount. That's about it. All right, fine. So now what we do is, I'm going to ask this lady right here, ma'am, can you give me a word? Can you give me a word? Give me a word, any word, random word.
Trust. Trust.
Trust. Okay, it ends with T. Okay, it starts with T. Okay, so I'm going to quickly come right here. So you need to sing a song from T now. T se gana go. T se. T se. Sing a song from T, starting from T. T. Come on, yes. Any song.
I found a love for me.
Yes. Yeah, that's it. Oh, come on. Okay, sir, you start from T now. Which region are you from? Okay, sing a Tamil song, no problem. Oh, quickly, quickly. That's okay, come on. Okay, you're not getting it. Okay, come right here. I'm going to come to this lady. Okay, come on, you sing. Toss it.
Tip tip barsa pani, pani mein aag lagai. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, aag lagai E. Okay, I'm going to come to this gentleman. Sir, E se gana gao. E se.
हाँ 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 तेरा करूं गिन गिन के इंतजार आया बाहर.
Okay, Bahar. Okay, Ra. Okay, come. I'm going to come right here. Ra se. Ra. Who's going to sing now? Together, all of you. Ra. Come on, don't break it up.
रमया वस्तावया मैंने दिल तुझको दिया रमया वस्तावया.
Super, fantastic. Yeah. Okay, ma'am, some yeah.
ये खूबसूरत समा
आज की रात है जिंदगी, फिर हम कहाँ तुम कहाँ.
Super. Ha. Okay, ha se. Okay, Joe.
हवा हे हवा खुशबू उठा दे हवा बुली ए बुली मुझे पता दे जरा मुझे पता दे उसको बदलूंगा यार मिलूंगा.
Okay, fine. Super fit. Okay, one more. Ga se gao. You can come right here. Ga se.
Go. Come on. Kanna muchi nada. En kanna kannadi muham poleda. I don't know the song.
All right, fine, super, fantastic. Okay, so we're running short of time, so I'm going to wind it up right here. Once again, a big round of applause for all you lovely people right here. Thank you very much. And don't forget, Utkarsh 2022 is proudly presented to you by Muthoot Finance as a corporate contributor for this entire session for the next 2 days is you're going to have fun. So you guys, it's now time to break for.
A big round of applause for Medans. Can I request Kripa to please come forward and give a small token of our appreciation? Guys, please do note, this event was brought to you by Muthoot Finance. Quick announcements, we're going to be breaking for lunch. 2 sharp, we are back. Very important, you've all got a black band. So if you want lunch, you want to drink tonight and you want to enter IIM Bangalore, if this is not there, it's a no entry. And sorry, Bangalore, we don't work with bribes. Yeah. So please ensure that you don't lose this band. And if you find a band, please keep it to yourself also. You may need it for your friends. But again, we break for lunch now. Sharp 2 p.m. we are back for the second session. Thank you so much.
अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। लेके खुशी अपने संग तुझको वहाँ, जन्नत सी मुलाकात हो, पूरी हो तेरी हर दुआ। आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। हासिल कर ऐसा शिकर, तेरी वो रफ्तार हो, रोके से भी तू ना रुके। हासिल कर ऐसा शिकर, पर्वत की भी नजरें झुके। आशाएं खिले दिल की, उम्मीदें हंसे दिल की, अब मुश्किल नहीं कुछ भी, नहीं कुछ भी। थैंक यू सो मच। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up once more for Goons. They were amazing, weren't they? One more? Do we have time for one more? I'm sorry, I have to look at the organizers. Do they have time for one more? Okay, you know what? Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. If they start singing, everybody comes in front and starts dancing. Can we do that? We do that? One more? Yeah, one more. Back by popular demand. Give it up for Goons, ladies and gentlemen.
ये मेरे दिल के बहुत करीब है। सॉरी टाइम कोई नहीं, होता है, गलतियों से सीखता आदमी। चलो तो ओके या फिर से एक बार और धूम मचाते हैं, गूंज बजाते हैं। ठीक है। किसी का हाथ नहीं था सर पर, यहाँ पर आया खुद की मेहनत से मैं। जितनी ताकत किस्मत में नहीं उतनी रहमत में है, फिर भी लड़का सहमत नहीं है क्योंकि हैरत नहीं है। जरूरत यहाँ मरीजी की और जरूरत की है, ताकत की है, आफत की, हिमाकत की, आबादत की, मोहब्बत की, अमानत की, जीतने की, आबादत की है, शोहरत की। अब लालच नहीं है, तेरे भाई जैसा कुछ हार्ड इच नहीं है। हार्ड 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 इस हरकत ने ही बरकत दी है। क्यों? क्योंकि अपना टाइम आएगा, या अपना टाइम आएगा, अपना टाइम आएगा, अपना टाइम आएगा, अपना टाइम लाएंगे। हम सारे यूथ इंडिया का टाइम लाएंगे। एक बार फिर से गूंज के लिए और फिर से गूंज के लिए। थैंक यू, थैंक यू, थैंक यू,
थैंक यू एवरीवन, थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much. That was so inspiring. And the song that you sang, Ashaएं, वो मेरा favorite song है. And after listening to you, all of you, one thing which we all can learn is no matter what obstacles life throws, if you're together and if you believe in yourself, nothing is impossible. So thank you so much for that. And just to tell you a little bit more about Girish and Gunj, most of them here have spent a significant part of their childhood in a childcare institution, commonly referred to as a children's home or orphanage. Ironically, they're required to move out of their children's home after attaining 18 years of age, as per the legal framework in India. Informally, they're called care leavers, as they have to leave the care of the home. Abandoned at that tender age, they become orphan again and face the survival challenge with no family or shelter to go to, incomplete education and no identity of their own. Many of them take up low-paying informal jobs or suffer from mental and physical health problems. Gunj is a Hindi word used for reverberating sound, reflecting off a surface or walls. Girish believes that care leavers can use the power of music to make the terrific sound of their dreams thunder across various corridors of society and policymakers, hence the name Gunj. Girish himself and all other members of the band, aged between 19 and 23, are care leavers who've spent 10 to 15 years of their childhood in various children homes across India. Their larger mission, just like any other millennial, Girish has a dream to solve the problems of lacks of care leavers using the power of technology and community participation. He did not want to start a charity organization, as he keeps saying, हमें मदद नहीं चाहिए, बस आपका साथ चाहिए. जो सही दिशा दिखा दे, वो ही हाथ चाहिए. We don't need your help, we want your support. He has formally registered a non-profit startup, Care Leavers Inner Circle Forum, CLIC, a Section 8 company to build a technology-based platform connecting care leavers, government, corporates, and community at large, and provide education, shelter, life skills, psychological support, and jobs to care leavers like him. Seeing this, as I shared earlier, UNICEF Jaipur team saw the passion with which Girish was helping other care leavers, and now they've received financial support from UNICEF to build a database of care leavers in Rajasthan and develop a support network. And with the work they've done, I think we can say they're truly young Indians that we all can look up to. Thank you.
Guys, with that note, I would like to inform everybody that we are honoring Girish as being the honorary member for Jaipur chapter. That has come from the vice chairman himself. And many of you who have not probably understand the language what he speaks, but I'm sure you must have understood the language what he wanted to intend to convey right now. It's very important. Imagine a situation where you are compelled to thrown out of the house immediately after you're 18 and you have no platform, no society to look after. That situation these guys have been, and I'm very happy that they have performed on the request of us to be here. They don't need any of your monetary support. What they need is just your awareness that there's a situation in our country wherein an orphanage is after the age of 18 is just thrown out of the care leaver's house. So that's the situation they are in. And they'll be happy to perform in any of the chapters they would like. I mean, if you like to invite them, they'll be happy to do that. And with that note, thank you so much, Girish and team. And we look forward to host you in other YA events. And Ashit, if you can do the honors, please.
Yeah, thanks, Praveen. Thanks a lot for that. I'd like to ask Bhavya to please hand over mementos, and Ashit as well from YI Mangalore. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, they were amazing, weren't they? Can we hear it one more time for Gunj? Please. Everybody is woken up now, right? After all that. I don't have to do any more waking up, so that's fine. No hands, ma'am, don't worry. Yeah, so while they set up the stage, we're gonna take the opportunity to present to you the startup panel that we've curated with perspectives from different industries, different people who would be speaking on different things. So first on stage, I'd like to invite Miss Radha Ramanujan. She is the CFO of Ashirvad. Yeah, sorry. She's the CFO of Ashirvad Pipes, and she was the CFO of Chai Point as well. So if you want free chai, ma'am, yeah, you know who to contact.
Perfect. So the next person we would like to introduce is Mr. Varadraj Krishnan. Mr. Varadrajan is an executive turned serial technopreneur and angel investor with a track record in his career spanning over 25 years, and he has been through 5 exits and 2 IPOs. He is one of the co-founders of 100 Open Startups Global Movement, which is the world's largest, structured, and most efficient open innovation program.
Right. So our third panelist is Mr. Mayuresh Raut. Mayuresh is actually still a venture capitalist who invests in early stage startups, as well as a bunch of other asset classes as well. So those of you looking to raise money, please catch hold of him before he leaves. As well as invest in the fund. I don't think you need to do that, but yeah, you need money, you contact him.
So next up is Miss Abhigna Rajiv. She's a personal branding coach and consultant, a marketing professional and entrepreneur, and the chairperson of Young Indians Mysore, and the managing director of Raj Abhigna Property Developers Private Limited, a well-known name, known not only in Mysore, but all over Karnataka. Thank you so much, Abhigna.
So as you can all see, there's one seat left for a very important person. I'd like to introduce Ms. Mala Mary Martina, who's the CEO of I Love Mondays. She's also a best-selling author. The name of the book is also I Love Mondays. And she was part of YI back in the day, YI Bangalore. Yeah, we're looking forward to hearing from you, ma'am. Right. So the session will be moderated by Ms. Radha Ramanujan. I request people who have questions to keep it till the end. If we don't have an opportunity to ask questions, we can always connect with the panel later. Thank you.
Am I audible? Yeah, no. Good afternoon, everyone. It's very difficult to sit here after the exciting show which the young kids perform. Of course, we are pretty senior leaders sitting here, so we may not be able to match up to their energy, but yes, there is a lot of energy and wealth in the brains of all the 4 members sitting here, and my job is easy, just to pick their brains on your behalf. Before I started, probably, yes, Abhijit introduced a little bit. I would like each one of them, starting from Mayuresh, to briefly touch upon what it is that he can contribute for a startup, right? When 20 years back, 30 years back, I was looking up, I only had a public sector or a private sector. If you're smart in cracking all those exams, you get into public sector. If you're not that so smart, you get into private sector. But for us to become an entrepreneur, it probably took 20 years to have some 20 subordinates. But now all of you next year will be an entrepreneur, the young kids wanting to be entrepreneur before even getting into corporate life cycle. So this panel is very important. The subject matter is very interesting for me as well. Startup ecosystem, and the veterans here probably will enlighten you further. Mayuresh, probably from your side, a little bit brief.
So first of all, CIY, thanks for having me. Gunj, thanks a lot for saving us from the dreaded post-lunch slot. And these are the youngsters that we keep running into. And if these are powerful stories, and if this is the kind of talent that the country has, I'm sure the future is going to be absolutely great. 25, $30 trillion, all those numbers are achievable. My name is Mayuresh Raut. But again, yeah, I mean, as Radha said, from the oldies, I mean, the young guys to the oldies, hopefully we have had some value. I don't think anything that we are going to speak here is not going to be available across the net, right? I mean, you guys have the benefit of that. We didn't. Hopefully we add a bit of our experience, and having lived through it, maybe tell you what not to do rather than what to do. So about myself, my name is Mayuresh Raut. I run C Fund. I'm a managing partner there. We have offices in Bangalore and Delhi. We are an early stage startup fund, largely sector agnostic, but have a skew towards fintech, enterprise tech, enterprise SaaS, healthcare, and agri-tech. A little bit about me. Prior to this, I worked in IBM, GE. They were great names when I worked there, not so anymore. What I hope to do today is, again, share my experiences, talk a little bit about the fantastic action that is happening in the startup world. Probably take away the focus from all these buzzwords, these 8-column headlines that happen across Mint Economic Times. It's not about unicorns. It's not about valuation. It's about trying to do something that you believe you're the best person to solve. Hopefully, there'll be some value add to you.
Avinya, if you can introduce yourself. Good afternoon, everyone. And I hope everyone are in the mood to listen to us. Being afternoon and after having a very fine lunch. Well, I'm Abhigna Rajiv, and as already introduced by Radhika, I'm a marketing professional, a personal branding consultant. I'm an entrepreneur and also the managing director of Raj Infrastructures Private Limited and the chairperson of YI Mysuru. So I have had the opportunity of working with entrepreneurs in the capacity of a personal branding coach, and I've coached many of them to build their personal brands. And apart from that, from YI, I have had the opportunity to, in YI Mysuru, we have created an ecosystem and an entrepreneurial support system for all the entrepreneurs by building an ecosystem for them, and all the different organizations, including YI, Karnataka Digital Economy Mission, TIE, we all have come together to form an ecosystem for them. And through that, I have got the opportunity to work with entrepreneurs. And if I have to talk a little bit about young Indians and how young Indians has contributed, why I love to be in YI specifically is because I have seen that this is the organization which works with students at the grassroots level to kind of imbibe the entrepreneurial spirit, innovation, or even leadership qualities. I don't think there's any other organization in the world which works so much with the young crowd, and that's what motivates me to work more and with the entrepreneurs. Thank you.
Thank you. And they introduced me like a CFO of Aliaxis, CFO of Chai Point Reliance, etc. But my interest to be here is I'm an angel investor. I like startup ecosystem. I want to move forward in the startup ecosystem, though I'm aged. So that's the reason I'm here, not because of my CFO position. Over to you, Mala.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, Radhaji, you are not aged at all. I think she's really young in energy, spirit, and the fact that she facilitated this discussion. So we're very excited to be on the panel with you. A quick question to everybody here. How many of you love your Mondays? If it's a working day? All right, fantastic. How many of you are working in a field that you did not study in? Amazing. All right, last question. How many of you think that the youth of our country or anywhere have potential? That's everybody. Fantastic, right? Time and again, I think the focus of everybody, especially like young Indians, is to focus on the youth. Why? Because they have potential. But what potential? The potential to be criminals? Yes. The potential to be change makers, like Goonj Band just demonstrated to us. I think a big a big round of applause to them. The potential to be to create a very chauvinistic culture, the potential to create companies and provide employment. So I think we're all here for one common reason, because we want to leverage the positive in the youth, right? Yeah, all right. So I'm sure this will be a fantastic opportunity for all the panelists today to talk about how we can leverage entrepreneurship to empower the youth. And we're really looking forward to a lot of questions from you. My name is Mala Mary Martina, and I run a group of companies under the banner I Love Mondays, and I work with teenagers, which is a very tough age group to work with. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I want to first thank the YI Association across India. I've been involved with YI for quite a long while, but this is something very special today. They have the largest gathering of YI chapters in one roof. That's really amazing. And I must say that this particular, from morning, right, the theme has been collaboration, collaboration, collaboration. So that's also something which I want to touch upon. Besides what you heard as an introduction about myself, I would like to say a platform now. We started in UC Berkeley in 2007 as something to give back to the global ecosystem because we got so much from it as me and other founders. So these are all global entrepreneurs. So we thought we will do something back, and that's how we built this platform as an alternate way to build startups, you know? So that was the thesis behind it, and very happy to say 15 years now. And we ourselves are a Series B startup headquartered out of Miami in the US. So I want to say that over the years, 70,000 contracts we have created between startups and corporate because the thesis was that startup can be built without investors' money. And in the morning, right, we heard from Chris and also from others about you know, how you can build startups. You don't need to go for investors' money because equity is very expensive. And that is what we set out to do, and we have succeeded. So just to reemphasize what myself, I'm a communications engineer by training. I used to work for large companies. Thereafter, I became an entrepreneur myself, went through the full cycle of building the products and then exiting it. So it is like 2 of them are IPOs, 3 were mergers. So gone through that full cycle. Now I want to teach others on how to do it. And I'm doing through some acceleration programs globally where I'm teaching entrepreneurs on how to build products and bring it out successfully and find exits. That's about it. I'm looking forward to sharing it to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Krish. Also, to start the session, probably I would like to pick all your brains. What is the current startup ecosystem? How it is different from the erstwhile entrepreneur? Startup is a buzzword. Can everybody just get into startup? Is that something they need to be bothered about it? What should be the focus? Maybe each one of you can, from your specialization, help the team understand. It will be good. To start with you, left to right.
I'll speak about what is currently happening, if that helps, right? Because all of us know what startups are, right? Essentially, they are traditional businesses, but you try and accelerate them through external resources, primarily money and talent, in 1/10, 100 the time that traditional businesses take. What is happening currently is very interesting. I mean, we are in the midst of several forces that are coming together. And you've been hearing this for the last 5-10 years, right? No time that like now than now to start up. And that will be, that was true 4-5 years back. It is true even more so now, and it will be the case for the next 10-20 years. I'd like to break it up into short term and long term. What is happening in the short term is you hear about what was happening. $28-30 billion flew into the country last year. And then these days, it's all about gloom and doom. Only about $18-20 billion has flown into the ecosystem today. But the headlines hide a lot rather than reveal what is happening. There are problems in the ecosystem, but the problems are at the later stage. And most of you guys are at the early stage. There is enough and more capital available here, so you don't need to worry about it. If you have a great team, if you have a great product, which is something different than what already exists, it is not a problem. You can, by all means, go ahead and do it. I remember when I was studying in the US, you had to set up your own servers. You had to put down $2 million, buy servers from Sun or whatever was existing then. It doesn't exist more. Hire talent, and all that is taken care by the Googles, the Azures, the AWS ecosystems of the world. Long term, what is happening is you have to understand what is happening, right? I mean, you see about jobs going away. Again, that is a function of what stage of the ecosystem you are in. You have entities like Economic Times, Live Mint, one of our portfolio companies, plug for our company, Inc. 42, giving out daily trackers, right? 11,000 jobs lost, 13,000 jobs lost. We've been through cycles, all of us here. It happened in 2000, it happened in 2008, it happened in 2016 in India. It's happened again. It's a very short-term thing. Long-term, you have to realize that India is at a stage where the per unit GDP has already touched $2,000. And when it touches $2,000, magical things start happening. It has happened in Malaysia, it has happened in all the Southeast Asian countries, Korea, Japan, any country. Now, the problem with India is this, and hence these job losses, hence fear about slowdown, is if you take away the top 3 to 5% of the people, and all of us are a representation of that top 3 to 5%. The per capita income is GDP is $2,000. If you take away the top 3%, the GDP falls down to per capita GDP falls down to $600. So all the startups that are funded, these 120 unicorns, are fishing in this small pond of 30 million households, 120 million people at the most. The Flipkarts, the Amazons, name any well-funded startup. What has to happen now is you have to start the startups that are going to get built out, either be absolutely focused that you want to go cater to the economies that have the paying power, or start looking at Bharat, as we call it, the 97% who are at 600 GDP. And for doing that, you have to leverage cutting edge skills, cutting edge technologies, and not have these cost structures that have Silicon Valley salaries, Silicon Valley engineers. So the entire perspective have to change. But that is your opportunity. You have to start looking at how can you build for India, for Bharat, using skills and services available in India. And we have enough time to do that.
Very interesting, Mayuresh. So generally the mindset is, get into startup, you get a lavish salary. The way you're focusing, yes, startups should focus on cost structure. Probably, it's not as attractive for young generation to just jump into startup. The way he advises, if the product is very good, if the cost structure is very good, yes, go for it. Thank you. About you, Vinya?
Yeah, so I am a marketeer, and therefore I'm going to speak from the perspective of marketing and how it's important, and how the startups tend to overlook marketing, because usually marketing is not considered as a revenue generating activity, and people don't normally consider marketing as an investment. Instead, they think about it as a waste of money. So I want to talk a little bit about it. So as you asked, like, what does it take to build a startup? I think it's very fashionable to say that I'm building a startup with all the support systems available, but I think I will tweak the question a little as to what does it take to build a successful startup. And so here I like 80% of the startups, how the startups grow depend on the image of the founder, at least until it grows into an organization. Even then, if you see Infosys or if you see Tata, it's basically because of the value systems or the brand image that the founders have. So that's the importance of personal branding, and that's the importance of marketing that startups should realize. And I also feel like I'm an entrepreneur myself, and I have gone through all the hardships, and I've also had the kind of some joys that experience some joys associated with startup and being an entrepreneur. So I want to I have always, whenever I've worked with the startups, I have always tried to reduce their learning curve so that they achieve the success at a faster rate through at least sharing the good practices or the mistakes that I have made. And what I have observed in my career is that startups have a lot of resources available on funding, leadership qualities, and investment opportunities, finance, etc., on various platforms or through mentors. But I don't think there is the solid branding or personal branding resources available for startups. And that's something I'm completely focusing on to build and help startups for.
It's a very interestingly you put it, while focusing on cost, don't think marketing is a cost. It's an investment. But when young generation, when someone with a great creativity, he wants to start something, he's a very tech savvy guy, he's got a great knowledge on tech. How do you think, or where is a platform for him to build his brand image? How he can be recognized in the market? Yes, he's a smart techie or he's a smart, intelligent guy. See, as a corporate, fine, Tatas or Ambani's are fine. But when an individual comes up, which is the platform that helps him? Do you have any?
What I want to share here is ardently, we don't know, but we are branding ourselves every day. Whenever we go on social channels or whenever we are speaking or presenting ourselves in forums like this or networking with people, we are always building our brand. So personal branding does not necessarily mean that you have a huge investment or do something like have a conference or do something. It's just being cautious and being more planned in doing the same activities that you do every day, mostly online, because today, as you see, LinkedIn is a professional network where everybody's there. And even when there is some interview and when there are two people who are matching each other in education qualification, recruiters go online on the LinkedIn profiles to see the values. So the value systems they have. So there is a structure, there is a method that we help, whether it's startups or whether it is high-level executives or business people, anyone for that matter. So it's possible to build, showcase to the world our value systems through the brand we build. And it's really not a very costly affair. It's just being more planned about what we speak, whether online or offline, and being more, cautious and conscious about what you speak and do.
Good, nice input. So behavioral consciousness and utilize the existing social media. Good. And okay, before giving it to Malash, how many of you are in the startup or have already an entrepreneur? Oh, so many of you. Okay. Because it helps us. Yes. Now, Mala, if you can say what is that you would advise them. Now you know there are 50%.
Yes, thank you for setting
startup.
context. Some of you were confused when you were raising your hands. I'm not sure why, but I thought I'll throw in a little perspective about being bootstrapped. So I Love Monday started 10 years ago and we've been bootstrapped since then. So the objective being that you make money through the organization, put that money back into growing the organization, right? So how can you still be successful by being bootstrapped, right? So let's go back to the basics. I want to share 3 quick pointers. Basics, whether it's a startup, a company, business, whatever you're leaning towards, right? What is the objective of the business? 2 things: solve problems, and number 2, be profitable. Everything else, be a market leader, unicorn, soonicorn, have 1 million Instagram followers, everything else is secondary. Do you agree? Yeah? Okay, so basics, right? 2 objectives, the core objectives: problem solve for the customers, obviously, and be profitable, right? So how does being bootstrapped, how is that beneficial? What are the 3 advantages? Number 1 is focus, right? Because we have to make money, because we have to pay our employees, right? We will focus on the core, which is problem solving and being profitable. That's number 1. We don't have a choice. We don't have luxury, right? Number 2 is innovation. Again, because we have to keep the wheel spinning, we will get back to how can I innovate? Where can I get my customers to pre-order, right? How can I have a 0 degree of separation with my customers so I'm always listening to them, right? So that's number 2, innovate, all right? And the final point is control. And I don't mean it in a very narcissistic way that you control your business, but I'm talking about the what, why, and how of control, right? I love the fact that we live in an era where technology is a wand. We can create magic. But what's the objective of using tech? Scale and speed, right? What are we trying to scale at a very fast pace? Are we on one hand where students are able to get loans very easily, but on the other hand, are we also creating an ecosystem where they get into debt and they're not able to pay back? On one end, we're giving them access to learn online, but are we also quickly creating rote learners? So as entrepreneurs, we've clearly got into the space and taken all the risk because we want to create a positive impact, right? But having that control in your hands on the vision and the way towards it, I think is the biggest, according to me, benefit of being bootstrapped. So 3 benefits. Number 1, focus. Number 2, innovate. And number 3, be in control. And with that, I will hand over control to Balaji or to you, sir.
Just on this, when you say bootstrapped, how often is it possible for the younger generation to bootstrap it? Because everything needs money, right? Even to say, yes, he says the access is there. Now internet is available. You can go for cloud, but even that needs money. Earlier days, yes, you needed large money. That's why entrepreneurs means rich parent and rich son and rich daughter. That's how entrepreneur flew. Now, yes, I'm educated, I am good, I'm an entrepreneur. But somewhere I think the money aspect comes in. So now, yes.
Thanks for setting that context. So I want to just go back, some 15 to 18 years ago when I started my first startup. It was very, very hard. You won't believe, today we are talking about equity money flowing in. We had to take a loan. That too, I'll tell you, we had to put our own houses, meaning my family's house, to get a loan. That's how it started. And I'm telling you, the things have changed so much today. There has never been a better time for someone to be an entrepreneur. All over the world, it's the same. Like so much money is available. Take India itself. I'm running an accelerator here in Bangalore, and there are as many as 10 different schemes where the investors will not put money. So I'm just answering the question that there was a situation that where is the money going to come? You're a first generation entrepreneur starting out. Where is this money going to come from? That's going to come from the government. So many schemes are available depending on what you're trying to do. All you need to do is to tap the right resource, you'll get it. It's never been a better time. You just go outside and say, I want money. It's kind of raining out there. So I'm just telling you on the other side, right? There are entrepreneurs I know. This is not to be carried outside this room. I know some of entrepreneurs who are living from grant to grant. It's been like 7, 8 years. They've been just living from grant to grant, and they're building the product. They take one grant, they finish it, they go for another grant, finish it. Like that, it's going on, So I'm just saying, who said there's more money available? There's so much money available. You need to have enterprise. You need to be very resourceful. You can find the money. Okay, and we have to be innovative. So I just want to tell you that definitely bootstrapping is the way. Don't sell away your equity so early, so fast, because when you really want to scale, you won't have any interest to do it. You will end up, I'm telling you, most people end up with single-digit equity. Tell me, where is the drive to succeed? Right? So I would like to say that the whole ecosystem is actually helping you today. It has never been the situation before. Everyone wants you to succeed. So for all the 50% entrepreneurs out there, I'm just telling you that there is like the old saying that used to be there, like, it requires an entire village to raise a child. Today, an entire ecosystem is supporting an entrepreneur. The whole country is supporting. So I'm just talking for India, and it's the same story all over the world. I hope it answers.
Yes, thanks, Krish. So coming back now, the last 2 years, this pandemic, the COVID, some of you must have heard of the edtech companies, hiving off people, the retail companies hiving off, travel industries, truncating their staff and all. So from your perspective, there are 50% already entrepreneurs. Yes, they will continue. For the rest of the 50%, if they want to get into something, is there any specific sector you all would advise them that they should focus, probably starting from you?
Before that, the passion, whim, and vigor of a founder is obvious, right? Put 4 people on a panel and a founder amongst them, it's obvious who's the founder and who are the others, right? So I'm not a fan of question of this nature, right? Which are the emerging sectors? It may be good for investors to know, right? Because you're deploying money. But for founders, I think it is very critical that you should not go and time the market. Investors or founders have never been successful in timing the markets. More often than not, it is always the markets that win. But at the same time, and I promise you'll answer that specific question also, but I'd like to make 3 points before that. By all means, you should keep a track of what are the trends, what are the emerging technologies, how ready is the market for your product, right? But the key question always will be, what is it that you bring to the table and why are you the best person to solve that problem, right? People talk about product market fit, which is important. But in my view, something else is also equally or more important, which is founder product fit, which goes back to why do you think you're the best guy to solve this, right? And when you get that figured out right, then investors turn you down, markets turn you down, revenues are not coming through. It's your passion, it's your unique understanding for the business or the product that will drive you. Only if you stay alive will investors invest in you, right? So, and you will only do that if you very fervently believe in the business. The third point I'd like to make is mainstream media, whatever it talks about, the minute it comes in mainstream media, it is already prevalent. That's why it's called mainstream, right? Whatever they talk about is probably already plateaued out. It's on the way down, on the way down, at least in the short term, if not the long term. If you believe in something truly, then start following industry leaders in that technology or that sector. Follow them on Twitter, follow their blogs, write to them, start getting into communities that are working in these product areas. I can promise you these guys are already working on, or if not working, thinking about what's going to happen 5, 10, 15 years down the road. That is where you pick up your trends, not from mainstream media. Having said that, you can't ignore the fact that we are living in times where things are changing dramatically in India. Not to even talk about what's happening in the world. So let me dwell on what's happening in India, right? All of us are aware of, and I'm coming to the specifics of which sectors. The government has done something wonderful in India, no matter which side of the fence you are on about who's in power. But what they have done is all data that we all leave across the net is public goods in India. That's not the case in the Western countries. All of our data is in walled gardens, sitting in Facebook, sitting in Amazon, sitting in Google. But what the government has done with the India stack, with the healthcare stack, there are downsides, but I'm talking about the positives. The account aggregator network, the OCEN network, the digitization of the supply chain, the platforms that are going to give loans to MSMEs. All these are throwing opportunities across the sector. You name any sector. EdTech beaten down, but look at all this. Hence, I'm not a fan of trends because 2 years back, everybody was gung-ho on EdTech. Nobody wants to touch it now. Does it mean there are no opportunities in EdTech? Absolutely not. But the point is, our country is full of problems. You name any sector, agri-tech, healthcare, banking, fintech, EdTech, all of these are ripe for disruption. This is your opportunity. Latch onto it. If I look at what's happening across the technology space, we were living in the world of bits, right? What I mean by that is everything that could be softwareized has happened. It's not to say that we are behind it, but there is a lot more to come. But I think we are moving, and we have to move into the world of atoms to crack the big problems. One space that we are very gung-ho about is space tech. I think space tech is going to have its AWS moment. Think back to what happened when AWS came online, right? All your problems are setting up just were outsourced to one giant. It took care of everything, and all the bells and whistles are available around it. Do you have to be an AI/ML expert? Do you have to know Dockers? Do you have to know containers? No, it's all taken care of that. So I think that moment is about to arrive, where once the cost of sending something up in space is going to fall down dramatically, a lot of things open up. Material science used to be something that used to be spoken about. That's the new space ever since it was my undergrad days. And we're still waiting for material science to become hot, right? But I believe we are on the cusp of that. We're on the cusp of solving these problems. Climate change, what is it? It is about material science. You need better batteries. You need better electrical vehicles. You need carbon sequestration. You have problems of animals breathing out methane, which is leading to climate change, right? I mean, plant replacements for meat. These are huge problems. All go back to material science. If I were to look a little bit forward, there are other changes that are going to come again in the world of atoms, which we've seen a glimpse of. The intersection of biology and call it software, AI, ML, call it whatever. The tools like CRISPR is what brought us these mRNA vaccines. And it's just absolutely a glimpse of what could happen if you get into these intersections. You could have targeted drugs, you could treat diseases before they occur, and not to even talk about quantum computing. That is completely going to change how we operate, right? I mean, cyber security is going to go for a toss. Cracking algorithms is going to be at the switch of a button, but that's the downsides. The positives are you can model weather accurately, you can model drugs, you can do fantastic things, scenario planning, economic analysis. All of these are absolutely ripe for disruption. But having said that, take these, keep an eye out on what is happening in the future. Get into these communities, but at the same time, don't try and do something that is hot for the time being. As I gave you the example of EdTech, I mean, look at direct to consumer, right? Who would have thought that would become a big sector? Who would have thought the pandemic would come and would drive D2C online? I mean, look at the brands that are being built just purely online. So don't go after trends. Solve a problem, you
the Raj infrastructure. However, before that, I completely agree with what Mayuresh said, because like I see that during COVID, even though there were a lot of disruptions, lot of new inventions, and particularly in the real estate field, there were like prop tech, which emerged, the property technology, where the way selling or renting properties and management of properties were just going online, and people were really happy about it. But what I feel is, of course, I do agree with the fact that a lot of disruptions did happen, and it gave rise to a lot of innovation during the COVID times. But being from the real estate sector, I feel that, for many of the investors and even normal buyers in the real estate segment, it's mostly a lifetime decision. So, it's a huge ticket money and it's a lot of investment. So normally, I don't think online innovations can really make a difference, as long as people come and people see the property and also have a face-to-face interaction with the investor, whoever is selling the property, and also looking at how, getting the vibes of that place where they're buying. So it makes a very big difference to kind of, if it is small rental or small things like that, property management, I think PropTech is emerging. But my opinion is there is still a lot for the PropTech segment to go evolve before it really becomes a trend. But I think there is a huge scope for entrepreneurs to work on this, and it can develop into the next big thing. I feel that.
Just to elaborate it, you mentioned that, real estate is very expensive, it is not affordable. But is there a huge control coming from RBI? Why I'm telling is there is a website, Asti.com, where they are trying to democratize the real estate investment. A big property, I can't own a big property, but I want to bet on a big property. Can 5 of us own it together? Yes, they're pulling people. Yes, like-minded people, you want to invest on a property, you buy. It's a good return, right? It is a property backed. But there are a lot of regulatory thing, real estate means government is worried, this is worried. But do you think that will ease now? Because I'm part of the Asti.com as well. I'm one of the investors in the company, and it gives a 15% return for me. But to scale up just like that, do you think the government will get into?
You mean to say the entrepreneurs coming up with this kind of
thing?
thing?
Will there be government opening up? If you say real estate is coming up, will there be relaxation by RBI? Could it be taken up well? How do you think?
So that part, I don't want to comment on, sir, something which I'm not very sure of. But however, I feel like now it is slightly better than it was before. That is what I feel from being from the real estate segment. But I want to kind of stick to the agenda of not talking about the government regulations here.
And from your side, your
Yes, very quickly, I'm biased towards EdTech, so please bear with it. But if anyone's in EdTech or looking at getting into EdTech or the education space, I just want to quickly lay out 3 phases that we went through. There was pre-pandemic, pandemic, and post-pandemic. So pre-pandemic, we had, if you're looking at working with schools, we had schools acting as gatekeepers, so it was a little tough to get in. I know for somebody who wants to get into EdTech, you just do the numbers, get 5 schools. 1,000 children per school, and then you do the math, but when the rubber hits the road, it's a very, very different story, right? So we were very lucky, maybe some of you were as well, that you might have gone online way before the pandemic hit. That was a different story. During the pandemic, I'm sharing this out of personal experience. During the pandemic, we started 2 new companies, not because we were jobless, but because there was such a huge need to solve 2 problems. One is mentorship, and number 2 was internships for children. And the advantage was that we were able to do this online, right? Now comes, and I think I was talking to Savita, who runs Inlingua. She was also talking about how the pandemic really helped them scale and digitize and all of that. Now is where we need to tread carefully for the next 6 months to 1 year, because offline's opened up, right? Before, when we were having lunch, is Prashant here? Harvey, so if you saw, there's one person who was walking about with a robotic kit. I got really intrigued and I was talking to him, and he ran me through a very quick 10-minute experience where he was helping me solve problems using robotics, okay? And what I'm trying to say is that the next 6 months to 1 year, for those of us who choose to remain online, it's not about quantity, it will be about quality. Students will want to come for that experience online as opposed to the experience that they're getting offline, which is what they're leaning towards. So I think as an ecosystem, we have to handle this with utmost responsibility and entertainment for students if you're looking at working in the student segment.
We are getting closer to our time, and you will now
Yeah,
close
thanks.
with your views.
Yeah, so I would like to say that take a big problem, it's a sector-wise, you heard everything, right? From morning, you heard a lot. There's enough material written, I think, in the internet about what are the sunrise sectors, what are the opportunities. There's enough and more. But I would like to say that, you're going to solve something which you're associated with. So there is, I know that tomorrow you have a visit to IIM. So there's one professor, Dr. Saraswati. She is the one who created the word effectuation, which is the science of entrepreneurship. So she just put it down into 5 principles, right? So I don't want to go into that, but I would just like to say the last principle is called the pilot in the plane, which is looking at a problem which is like 35,000 feet level, try to solve something which is very big. And the first principle is about bird in the hand, which is nothing but what you know, okay? And which is you are already connected with. So it wouldn't come up just like that. Don't try to get into something which you have no idea about, because you will then have to depend on others who will take you for a ride, right? So you don't want that situation. So take your time, go to effectuation.org. I would say that all that, we talked about is covered there and more. And Airbnb and also our own local, Fresh ID, the batter, dosa batter, well known. They are the ones who have gone on record to say they follow always, even now, the effectuation principles. And both are very successful, Airbnb. And this, of course, there are hundreds of other companies, but I just want to tell you that, just leaving it there, is all those sectors at the end of the day is something which you have a knowledge about. You have some deep connect to that. Only then, like you heard from Mayurush, is that the founder to connect with that particular, tech or that particular area where he is developing the product or the solution, he or she must have a deep connect to that. Only then it can succeed. Thanks.
Is there any one last question which I can take from you guys? 3 more minutes. We have 2 hands up. Okay, 1, 2 questions. You start quickly.
I didn't say that you shouldn't. I'm just saying you should understand the role they play.
money and stuff like that. The difficulty comes here, right? As traditional businesses that we run, our percentages are we negotiate with the bank for 9.15. And when you go outside and you step outside and you're talking about the same money, the expectation of return is 6x, 8x, 10x, 12x. Now, question, right? That my family from the past so many years as real estate, as businesses, there's an X amount of value that they have created. If I sell all that off, and if I'm looking at a bigger return on investment, am I looking at the right direction? Or should I still stick to my 9%, 10%, 12% return?
You can see me smiling. This is a because I also come from a business family. Business. So are you trying to do something within the business family or are you trying to do something on your own? Okay. So first of all, these billion, million users, I think all these notions have to be shut down. Tell me which is a better exit for a founder? A founder who holds 50% for a $300 million exit or a $1 billion exit, but just holding 8%? The answer is evident, right? Now the problems that, so you don't necessarily, hence I said, I'm not a fan of unicorns. Go and build out something substantial where you are having, why not talk about $1 million of recurring revenue for per year, $10 million, $20 million. Let's turn the conversation towards that rather than having a $1 billion valuation. Now coming to the family problem, before that, do startups not because you want to earn a few million, 100 million or $1 billion in 5 years. Not going to happen. You're better off playing online poker. You're better off buying a lottery ticket. You're better off taking a job with Google, Uber, who are supposedly splashing salaries worth $1 crore, inherit money from your family and invest in traditional asset classes. You play the equity markets, play real estate, do crypto if the government allows, do that kind of things. Do startups only if you believe you can solve a problem and you're the only person who can do it better than all your peers. And it's a very hard journey. Now coming to the family problem, and I was told that there are family business, obviously CII, families trying to let their newer generation run startups, they have a HR problem. And what I mean by that is they are not ready to, I had a very interesting conversation with a friend of mine. He comes from a business family. As I said, I went through this struggle myself. The problem is of control. So there is this very well-known family from Bombay, second generation, third generation now. Before the multiplexes, I won't name them, I won't even name the category, but if you went out and saw a movie, the finger food you would have would be of this brand. And now facing the same problem, right? So, so I was talking to him, I said, yeah, I want to do something, hot space. I've been constrained to this region only. I want to go pan-India. So I asked him, how does your pay structure look? Beyond the immediate family, there is not a single person that I pay more than 60,000-70,000 rupees per month at the most. So traditional family is not ready to let go of control. Are you better off owning 100% of a small pie, or are you better off holding a small percent of an expanding pie, right? So in that same category, there are two startups, finger foods, Indian finger foods, who've gone and raised 10 and 15, $20 million. I follow one. And who are the founders? The founders are not from an F&B background. One guy comes from the outsourcing space and one is a brand person. And the reason why they can go and hire a F&B domain expert is because they are willing to share equity. And that is the big, I mean, it's easy for me to say it. My family couldn't do it. Most families can't do it because they are stuck to the old way of doing things, that they want to have control. They faced problems that were unsolvable. Hence, you needed trusted people. Now, that information asymmetry is gone. Families have all the access to resources. Families don't have access to all the power brokers. Families have access to networks. They have to solve this HR problem. If they can get over this mindset, I think the best place businesses are family businesses to jump on this bandwagon. And as the other point I'd like to make is, please start investing in our founders. We can't be reliant on most of the money coming from the US. So whether you invest in fund like ours, whether you invest directly in startup founders, India as an ecosystem has to have local money funding local founders. We can't be reliant on money coming from outside.
Thank you to all our panelists. We've actually run out of time. Whoever has any further questions, you can catch them. You can catch them on the way out, or maybe connect. We offline. Okay, that's the word. We'd be happy to connect. We'd be happy to connect you with any of the founders here. Or rather the panelists. Before I forget, I'd like to call Pradeep, who's the climate change chair for YI WISAG, to hand over. Sorry, and for the region also. I just found out. To please hand over mementos to our speakers. You can hand over to Mala and Varad. And I'd also like to call our past chair, Rajesh. We all know him as Rajesh Anna. Please hand over the mementos to Radha, Abhignya, and Mayuresh, please. Mala and Varad. Can you all go? Right. Thank you, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel who are exiting the stage. Give it up for the panel. Right. So our next session is actually going to be something very relevant, very important for a lot of people here, especially since a good demographic of us have businesses. I'd like to first invite. I'd first like to invite Sangeeta on stage, who is the past chair and also one of our beloved members of IIM Bengaluru. Sangeeta, if you could please come up. And also the worst kept secret, Mr. Arjun Ranga is behind one of these pillars. Oh, he's not behind one of these pillars anymore. Okay. For those of you who don't know, I know not much of an introduction is required, but Mr. Arjun Ranga is the chairman, CII Karnataka, and the managing director of N. Rangarao and Sons Private Limited. So yeah, thank you. Please take it away.
Thanks, Abhijit. So now the session we will have is an interesting one. A lot of us are here from branding in terms of business. So Mr. Arjun Ranga, he runs his family business, and we will get to know more about how branding is relevant in family business and in how it's relevant in our times as well.
Good afternoon, everybody. I used to hate the sessions after lunch as a spectator or as audience. I hope I'll be able to keep you all a little bit more occupied. Firstly, why, it's amazing. One of the first events I did after joining CII was a YI event. And I had the assumption that CII would be very similar. And I was in for a rude shock. So you guys give us so much energy, so much life. It's amazing always. And we make it a point that the YI presentations are always in the end because nobody can actually, do better than what you guys do in terms of activities and presentations. So congratulations on making a difference to so many lives. You guys are really doing things that matter to the country and really proud of that. So thank you guys for that. All right, so I'm supposed to talk about branding and then we have some question and answer sessions. So it's a 40-minute session. I'll limit my presentation to about 15 to 20 minutes. I have done this so many times. Some of you may have already heard me. If you have, that's fine. You may learn something new this time as well. But what I want to tell you all is we need to first thank God that we are all able to do a meeting like this. A couple of them are still wearing masks, which is good, in an open meeting, and happy to be part of this. This is my first physical meeting post-COVID with such a big audience, so we'll see. All right, we've all just come out of COVID, so there are 5 trends that more or less will continue post-COVID as well. One is this entire rapid digitization that we're all looking at. And I know you heard about it this morning as well. Online transactions are increasing, companies are digitizing, digital transformation will increase. The second one is multi-sectorial collaboration where universities will collaborate with government, will collaborate with enterprise, startups will start collaborating a lot more with B2B businesses. We've understood the opportunities that exist in working together beyond just our comfort zones, and that will continue to increase going forward. The third trend, which is here to stay, is localization. When it happened, we all thought Atmanirbhar was more a marketing gimmick, but I have now realized that it is a path for the future. The more we localize supply chains, the better we will be as organizations. And that is a trend that will become a reality, and we need to focus on that for sure. The third one is entrepreneurial well-being. I think a lot has been said, even Chris talked about it in the morning, where we need to take care of ourselves as entrepreneurs. Individual well-being has become important. We all realized what COVID could do. We all learned to take care of ourselves a lot better. And I think that is something that we need to continue to do. Stress is an important aspect, but as entrepreneurs, as future leaders, each and every one of you need to take care of yourselves first. Only then can you make a difference to the society that you're part of, right? And the fifth one is the rise of the social enterprise, the purpose-led organizations. We all did so much during COVID. We all read about companies that were making a difference, contributed to society in many different aspects, many different ways. Consumers' mindsets changed. Consumer buying behavior changed so much in the last 2 years that has not changed in the last 20. People start looking at more sustainability as a fact of matter, and that is here to stay for the long term. So I'm going to be talking to you all about 15 minutes about my journey of building this purpose-led brand cycle, what we did pre-COVID, what has changed now, and a few GAN slides on how to actually build a process or a structure if you want to be a purpose-led organization, what you need to do. Right after that, we'll go on to Q&A. In general, just want to give you all a brief about our company. We are known as the NR Group. NR stands for my grandfather, Sri N. Ranga Rao. We wanted to carry his legacy forward, and that's why the group has his name and his initials on it. N. Ranga Rao & Sons is the parent company that my grandfather started in 1948. That is the incense and the fragrance business is part of that. The first line that you see are the 3 main brands of the company, which is Cycle Pure Agarbatti, Lia Functional Air Care, and Iris diffusers and home fragrances. We also have a Puja Samagri brand called Om Shanti, all of which is part of N. Rangarao and Sons. Apart from that, we have diversified from 1960 onwards itself as a family business. And as a family business, quite a few of my employees make more salary than me, contrary to what the previous gentleman was saying. So there is no issue in our family in that regard. So, so we have Nesso, which is where we manufacture essential oils and herbal extracts. Herbal extracts is a new business that we've got into. It's an amazing opportunity for India where we're extracting Indian herbs and exporting it. Green coffee, green tea, bacopa, shikakai, amla. The West is the big market for Indian functional foods. So we do that in Nesso. Rungsons Aerospace, we do avionics hoses and pipes that go into commercial aviation, into jet engines. So next time you're sitting in a Indigo airline or a Spice Jet and look at the engine, you can be happy that a part of that was made in Mysore. So that will give you a lot more confidence, hopefully. Vyoda is our agribusiness where we do solar pumps. Sensopt is where we do IoT devices for automation. And NR Foundation is what I'm most proud of, is our non-for-profit division where we run a school for blind girl children. We have various activities. We have a community development center for women with physical disabilities. So broadly, this is the NR group. We are 6 of us in the 3rd generation of the family business. Each of us qualified and with MBAs and come back and working in individual business verticals and managing it at the group level. So this is overall the NR group. I'll now go into the next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. So what is a meaningful brand? Now, when I think about it, a lot of people ask me, now what business are you in, right? I remember in 2000, I used to say we are in the agarbatti business. But by 2004, once I started visiting the market and meeting people, I realized we are actually not in the business of selling agarbattis. We are in the business of providing hope, a hope to people. A mother who actually lights 2 agarbatti sticks in the morning, she prays for the well-being of the family and for her children and their futures. And that is what we provide day in and day out. And those 2 agarbatti sticks cannot get extinguished. The fragrance needs to be good. The atmosphere that should be created needs to be peaceful for her to pray in. A shopkeeper would pray for his betterment and the business. The Boeing factory would open on Ayush Puja with 2 agarbatti sticks for that matter. So it is so much part of our tradition and our culture. I realized that we are just not selling agarbattis, but we are delivering hope day in and day out. And we need to do the right thing every single time with every single prayer. And when somebody asks me, what do you sell? I don't tell them I sell 16 billion agarbatti sticks a year. I say we help 8 billion prayers in India every year. So it's 2 sticks per prayer, so 8 billion prayers. And that's what we're fulfilling, right? And that is where the brand's purpose comes in, to say that you need to start looking beyond just profits and margin. You need to actually live the brand for what it believes in. And for us, we believe in hope, and hope for the future generations and doing the right thing. And so we said we will do everything that is required as a company, look at industry benchmarks and beat it. So today we are the only 0 carbon incense manufacturer in the world. We are on the path. We now have EP certification where we're going to be completely plastic neutral by 2025. We use only FSC certified packaging material from Forest Stewardship Council for our packaging material. We do 100% recyclable plastic that we use in our packaging as well. So each and every step that we're following since then has become an integral part of the organization's ethos and the products that we offer to the marketplace. Excuse me, I don't have the presentation in front, so just give me a second. I'll just open it on the phone. This is easier. Yeah, perfect. I have it here. Okay. So understanding what matters, you need to go beyond just the product, right? It's only the 43% that is the functional claim that you can look at. People actually, consumers, when you do research, they say, how is it actually improving my life? So 29% look at the tangible improvement that their lives are having with the product that they're experiencing with. The role that we play in society is another 28%. So if you see, 95% of the time we end up spending on functional benefits and talking about the product. We don't look at how it is impacting person's lives and collectively how are we impacting society. And this is something that I consciously make an effort to divide my entire budgets into social, consumer, and product. Right? And you all need to start doing that as well at some stage. We need to have a higher order reason for the brand to exist than just making a profit, right? And we need to believe in what we do, not just say it. Today, there is this new word called greenwashing. I know you all heard of that. Everybody talks a lot of stuff about how green they've become and how eco-friendly they are. 90% is marketing gimmick. You actually don't live that. And you will very, very soon see through it because of social media and the way information is now spreading. So as an organization, I realized that, during COVID, I need to first learn how to communicate and over-communicate with my consumers. So I completely redid my packaging. Today, my packaging actually communicates what we stand for as a brand. I was very shy, coming from a conservative background. I would never actually tell people that we're zero carbon. I would never tell them that I'm, going to be plastic neutral. We're just doing the right thing, but not communicating it. So that's a big mistake that we do is we don't communicate. And what I want you all to realize is we need to over-communicate. If you don't market the story, it will not be what you stand for. The market will then tell you what your story should be. So you need to learn to over-communicate. And that's a mistake that I used to do. I changed that now the last 2 years, redid my LinkedIn page, redid my social media, started to over-communicate. I have a very strong customer-focused call center that we have created where we have a very clear tracking mechanism end-to-end with our consumers. We do huge amount of consumer insight studies now. So what I did at a higher level is we had market research. I changed it to market insights. The moment I looked at it as insights, it gave me a tremendous information on what my consumers are looking for and how I can connect with them at the subconscious level, not just at the product level, right? At the personal level. And it's made a huge difference to the brand and what we're offering to them as well. You need to constantly talk to your customers at every point of time, right? So you know how you can serve them better. So never make that mistake. As entrepreneurs, get out of the office, spend as much time as you can with the customer. You can find people to do everything else, but getting customer insights should be from each and every one of you. All right. And the brand has just gone beyond just marketing. You look at all the great people there, including our Prime Minister. What is a brand actually? The moment you feel you cannot exist without that object or that person or that product, the brand's objective is fulfilled. It then becomes a brand. It transitions, right? Many of us here believe that the country, we don't know what will happen if we don't have Modi ji in the future, or you can't imagine a world without Apple or without Amazon, things like that, right? So brand has actually gone beyond just being a chief marketing officer, and that comes with purpose. This is just some GAN. This is from Accenture. It talks about a big research that it has done about how consumers buy different brands. I'll share the presentation. It's very interesting to look at what consumers have top of mind recall when they purchase brands. All right, just to give you an example, 66%, the brand has a great culture. It does what it says and it delivers what it promises. So 66% of the consumers get attracted by that. So how do you actually build a meaningful brand, right? It starts from the company culture. Employees have to live the purpose every day. No matter what happens, the culture is the first product of any business. If you look at who is the owner of a brand, right? I used to believe that it used to be the company, but today I've realized that the brand ownership is just not the company. It's its employees, it's its distributors, it's the retailers, and most importantly, the consumers. So that the consumers shape what the brands have to be. It is so easy for people to boycott a brand, push their agenda, and it forces brands to take a stance. I've had to face it multiple times in the last 4 or 5 years as they've started to become bigger and bigger. I've been forced to take political stands as well as cultural stands many, many times, right? So So the brand's direction is not just controlled by the company anymore, but the consumer plays a very important role in shaping what your brand stands for. And that's where purpose becomes crucial. You have to continue to deliver value to consumers, right? And being good is the new cool. And it's a given. And learn to tell stories. Storytelling is the most important aspect that I've realized is the strength of a brand. If you cannot tell a story, you cannot build a brand. You look at any great story today of any entrepreneur, of any company, it is through storytelling only. You look at how Mr. Narayan Murthy sacrificed, and that kind of determines the culture of Infosys. If you look at the high-spirited nature of living of Vijay Mallya, that determined what Kingfisher Good Times meant. It's all about storytelling and building a persona of a brand. And we need to learn how to tell stories and storytelling with human examples of real examples and real empowerment. I'll just give you an example of the difference that we are making. So I said, as Cycle, we need to make an impact to underprivileged in society. And indirectly, we connect to close to 25,000 women across the country. All right? Now, I'll give you another example of how to tell this story. Gadchiroli is a Naxalite area in Maharashtra. Tribal women there don't have an opportunity to even work, even venture out of their houses. We went to Gadchiroli. So when I was in Gadchiroli 4 years ago, I met a lady there who said that she lost her husband in the local war there. She had no means of living. She was going to commit suicide. But because our company went there and helped her with employment, she's able to now get her daughter educated. Okay. Now, which had a bigger impact? The second story or the first one where I said 25,000 women empowerment? The second story. So that's the way we need to learn. And it's a true story. All right. It comes from the heart. And we have today 1,800 women in Gadchiroli, not just making agarbatti for us, they're also making our cotton wicks for our prayers. They're rolling cotton wicks as well for us. And that area, we are the only company in the whole country that's allowed to go without any interference from either the police or from the locals. All right, because we are actually making a true impact. So there are multiple such examples where we need to learn how to communicate through storytelling, right? And that's the only way you can communicate your purpose. This is something that I showcase in every presentation. UN's Sustainable Development Goals. This is something that has kind of become a mantra to me. This is by 2030. I think all of you should be aware of it. This is what all countries have gotten together, were part of the UN, and said, this is what they'll work towards by 2030. Right? No poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice and strong institution, partnership goals. So this is what the UN sustainability goals are, right? So broadly, this kind of ends my presentation, but if I think about how to embed purpose within an organization, after all if you understand what you stand for, what you believe in the core, organizations have three distinct divisions, right? The way we work, the core of the business, which is the core of the activities of the business, and then the business strategy. So in the ways of working, I realized that the most important aspect is actually in the recruitment. If I recruit the right talent where there's a culture fit, 90% of my problems are solved. Then my performance management system that I have introduced in the organization today, the PMS, also has sustainability goals very clearly articulated within the organization itself for each vertical, each division. And then the organization culture. You actually have activities that encourage change, encourage sustainability, aligned with the purpose of the company. Second is the core business activities, your SCM. So we have done in our supply chain, we are now doing completely ethical sourcing, completely transparent, 100% traceability as a norm. And getting our vendors also OSHA certified, which is occupational health and safety. So get the purpose going into the organization. On the ops side, dedicate budget for R&D. And another thing that I did, research and development, I renamed as research and innovation. I removed the word development and I said, let's look at insights and innovation as the key differentiator. So dedicated budget for sustainable initiatives that are aligned with the purpose of the organization, increased external engagement as well. And then on the strategy side, products also that I'm designing today have a huge social impact. A new product that we've just now launched, it's called Heritage Fragrance Art. So we have identified 4 dying art forms in India, and part of the sales of those products will actually go in reviving these art forms. So every new product that we are creating have a long-standing social impact that is sustainable and measurable over a period of time. So ability to measure your impact is as important, when you're building a purposeful brand. And then capital allocation. So today for sustainability as an initiative, in my annual budget, I have capital allocated already for carbon credits, for sustainability initiatives, and for purpose-led initiatives, right? So broadly, I think this is the way you need to restructure your organizations, way of working, core business activities and strategy to align with the overall purpose of what you stand for and how you define your organizations. And so that ends my 15 minutes of GAN session. You can now move on to the Q&A, please. Thank you.
It's been an insightful session for us. And one of the things that we in YI also talk about is on sustainability goals, which is our climate change initiative. And I would like to mention that this event, Utkarsh, is a carbon neutral event. It's one of YI's first thing that we're doing it. So yeah. Thank you for tying the very important things in the business, which we hardly now don't think about, which are on, a purpose or, a culture, this all stays on the paper, but how it's important for running the business. And my one curiosity when I see a cycle agarbatti brand, and it comes to, I think, many of our minds, is that why a cycle? How it became the emblem of an agarbatti brand?
Yeah, I think it's a very simple thought. Grandfather started the business in 1948. Very humble background, had to struggle throughout his life, lost his father when he was just 8 years old. And throughout, he went looking for opportunity. He dared to dream. Comes from a very small village called Markingote in Madurai district. If you look at our family lineage, it's either priests or teachers. So it was always a struggle for him. And then 1948, when India got independence, he said, let me start something on my own. 4 children, aged mother, grandmother, had about 200 rupees of savings. Mysore was the biggest city, then came to Mysore, started the business. He was a very well-read man. So he used to read a lot of books and then realized that to be successful, you need to actually have a brand. And he said that at that point of time, what is something that anybody in the country will understand, immaterial language, and what is a symbol that I can create that everybody will recognize very easily? And then he came up with the word cycle, because for him at that point of time, buying a cycle was the biggest dream and aspiration. It gave him hope. It personified freedom for him. It was powered by his own will, just like how prayer and agarbatti is. Same for everybody. No matter who you are, the richest or the poorest, cycle agarbatti unifies with prayer and God. And for him, that was what was the key differentiator. And he said, we need to build a brand that personifies hope and freedom and is eco-friendly as well, like a cyclist. So that thought started in 1950. That's when he coined the word cycle.
Wow, that's actually like a very long-term vision of what actually the brand stands for now, and it's still very relevant. So just getting diverted into from branding, the buzzword right now we all hear about is profit or growth. In the last few months, we've all been hearing, and there is a lot of change in the market. So have you come across a moment or where a point in your business career where you have to decide between both, and how did you make that decision?
Yeah, both are interconnected. One cannot be looked at independent of the other. For me, it's always been value driven, right? Growth or profit should be never compromised beyond your value systems, right? I mean, my value systems is what defined the actions that I needed to take always, every single time. If you go back and look at our 75 years, There were a few years in between where the company did not realize any profits at all, but the organization said, we will not deviate from the values because imports at that point of time of raw material, government had some import duty of 120%. But we said we will not compromise on quality to the consumer. We will continue to deliver the same value. And at that point of time, the idea was on growth and not on profit. So we never compromised on what we deliver to consumers. Consumers come first, and everything else falls in place after. But if you ask me to choose between the two, it will always be growth because profit is more in your control. Growth is as much not in your control. And if you can grow, you should grow all the time.
Thank you. So we have audience here from across, chapters, mostly from South India. So, but many of us in YI are entrepreneurs, and a good chunk of us are in family business as well. So whenever we hear of family business here, and one of the stories that we hear is about your family business that comes. So can you tell us about what's a success of a multi-generational family business that have come, and how, we all face, and it's changing. Every generation has its own challenges in a business, and generally in a family business, a traditional family business, branding is not focused on. And how did family business and branding help together, or did you have to take a different look at branding when you came into family business?
To be honest, I'm blessed in that regard. My grandfather was very proactive and very forward-thinking. If you look at, he used to write his memoirs. And in his memoirs, he's written that I'm writing these memoirs for my grandchildren, not for my children. And in one place, he writes, this is in 1960, he writes that, if I look at the past 15 years, the agarbatti companies that were successful 15 years ago do not exist today. I wonder why. And then he says, brand, ethical business practices. He said, these two things are the ones that will determine an organization's future. And since 1970, we've been the best taxpayer award. And that's been one of the biggest strengths of the company. Why I can invest in a brand is because I got out of sitting behind the cash box. Many, many family businesses make that mistake where the entrepreneur actually starts to manage finance and starts to control cash flow. And manage cash in an organization, right? When you're growing, not in the current digital era, but before that. And our company never had that challenge, and hence we could always invest on the consumer and building the brand. Never actually needed to encourage the trade as much. So that's been there from my grandfather's time, and my father, did his engineering and his MBA. He revolutionized the way of distribution, the insights that he would get from the market. Just to give you an example, Cycle 3-in-1 is the largest selling brand in the world today. The insight that he got when he visited a market, a retailer said the consumer came and he wants a different agarbatti this time, the lady. But dad waited in the shop till evening. The lady came in, dad asked her, why did you shift? He said, listen, I like your product, but every once in a while I want to try something else, just so that it's refreshing. I'll try something 2-3 times and then I'll come back to your product. But that's when dad said, why don't I put 3 different fragrances in one pack so she can stay within my brand? And so he created Cycle 3-in-1, and then it just changed the face of the industry from that day on. So brand building, investment in brand comes from consumer insights, and family business has nothing to do with it. But where the family will help is if you're an ethical family business, where your finances are intact and you have visibility and transparency to invest in different things. I hope I answered your question.
Yes, yeah, thank you. So we are all a very young nation of 75 years old, right? And we are celebrating Utkarsh here, and YI is 20 years as well. And as we see another 25 years, what would you say that for budding businesses or startups, or even for family businesses, you have touched upon every answer about, values and, how to stay true to the purpose and all that, but for you, they are relevant. Doesn't matter for how many years the businesses are going to be as well. But apart from that as well, do you see things that has to be kept on top of the list for the entrepreneurs?
Yeah, who we are as a nation, our culture, what we stand for, what we believe in, that can never be compromised on. Okay, that's a given, and that's what will make us different and better. That being said, the next 10 years for the nation is going to be amazing. I'm a true believer in our country. right? And what it can offer to each and every one of us. There is going to be tremendous opportunity with the explosion of access to information, with 5G coming in. I've repeated this in many forums. Quantum computing is just round the corner. The country is building this amazing tech stack where you will have infinite access to data and information going forward. They're trying to put in privacy regulations as well. So you have technology on one side, you have tradition and culture that each of us are born and brought up with being Indians, and then you have the market opportunity on the other. If you are able to intertwine the three strong value systems, learn how to use technology, access to consumers, get insights, the next 25 years is just going to be amazing, no matter if you're in B2B or B2C, right? I mean, for me, I believe that we are in the cusp of that revolution and that change, and we will see that happening rapidly in India in the next 5 years.
So I'll open up the, for audience questions. I think we have about 10 minutes. Yeah.
So actually, my question is based on your presentation, like in this first slide where you said like what is a meaningful brand. You put some numbers there. Functional 43%, personal 29%, collective 28%. So I was just wondering what these numbers are or how you arrived at those.
No, it was from a research by Accenture about why a person buys a product. So functional benefits are only 43%, the rest are not. So we end up spending most of our time on communicating the functional benefit of a product. My agarbatti stick is this long, it'll give you so much of smell, it'll burn for so long, that. So, and it's actually not only that consumers look at. It's the other 60% that is equally important. What this product stands for, what packaging is it made out of, is it eco-friendly, how good is the fragrance, what ingredients have they used. That's equally important, and that's what it said.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir. I'm Pradeep from Vizag. And my question is, how aggressively are you planning to diversify the business? And the background for the question is, agarbatti is a very traditional product in India, and how relevant is it in the current times and also in the future? So what's your plan for, expanding the business and diversifying the business?
Like I said, I'm not in the agarbatti business. I'm in the business of delivering hope and prayers to people. So my aim is, whenever you think of God, you should think of cycle, literally. So if you look at the puja room space, agarbatti is the biggest product in the puja room space. In India, it is a 7,000 crore market. But if you look at everything else in the puja room, there's kumkum, there's turmeric, there's camphor. I'm in all of those businesses also now. I've already diversified laterally, all right, within related businesses and also functionally as well. So agarbatti is a fragrance product and a puja product. So I have a whole range of puja samagri, and with the puja samagri I also have services now where I have a tech stack that I've built with our e-commerce site called cycle.in, and we have Purohit services. You can do puja at home. I can send a Purohit home to you. I have a puja kit that will send to you. So I've diversified into the puja space as well. And in the air care functional space where, dissipating fragrance in the air, we have Lia, we have Iris. I think Iris is one of the biggest home fragrance brands now in India as well. So, I'm actually a perfumer. For me, perfumery is what I learned first. Fragrance creation is an art and a science. So I enjoy making new fragrances. It's like cooking. And so if you see our fragrances in Iris Aroma Boutique, you'll enjoy each and every one of them. So the fragrance side as well, we have innovated. And on the puja samagri side, and agarbatti is the skeleton that runs the whole thing together. It's the spine of the organization. That's the cash cow that keeps us sustained. And in India, prayer is intact. Everybody continues to pray, all right? Spirituality is there. Tradition and culture is deep-rooted in our country. More so, we see that once nuclear families are formed, children move out of joint families, they continue prayer as they learn from their mothers and fathers before. So that's going to be there in the country, at least for the next 50 years. So that concern is not there. And the category has a 85% penetration. It's the highest penetrated category in the country. So 85% of India uses agarbatti. in some form. So that's not too much of a concern, but yeah, diversification is important, and this is what I have done.
Thank you.
Use yourself as well.
Start Malani from Hyderabad. Saranga, my question is, sometime in a brand's journey, there's a dilemma or a fork where you have to choose between sticking to the brand's value or working more on market share. Could you share your thoughts on that, please?
Yeah, we have never, ever compromised on the brand's value or what the brand stood for at the cost of market share, ever. For me, market share or volume growth has never been a factor of compromising on what the brand stood for, ever. So if you look at a market like UP, for example, the biggest challenge that I have every time, I hope all of you understand Hindi, my sales team comes and tell me, sir, hamara agarbatti bik raha nahi, hamara dabba chota hai bahut. Box is very small. Consumer wants bada dabba. I said, I'm not going to make a big box and waste space and waste paper. 2 trees will get chopped for making a big box, with with less sticks in it. But consumer wants to buy something that's big. I've never compromised on what the brand stood for, and so I never make a bada dabba. My packet is the smallest in the entire market space. And if you look at consumer as well, in most of these markets, consumers' mindset is, I need some discount. So if you go to retail, my product is the only one that sells on MRP. Every consumer's product is like firecrackers. MRP will be 15, 20, 19 rupees, they sell at 10 rupees. My trade and my distribution demands that every time. MRP thoda bada do, margin bada do trade ke liye. I said, no, I don't want my consumer to ever get cheated. So I've lost market share in few markets where consumers look for discount, consumer looks for big box, because I don't want to compromise on what we stand for. And I think in the long term, it will prove right.
Good evening, sir. This is Jai Prashant. I'm from Coimbatore. Actually, in 2016, we had a cross chapter from Coimbatore to Mysore, and we had the pleasure of visiting your head office and interacting with you, and we're just recollecting fond memories about it. During your presentation, you spoke about, very interestingly, you switched R&D into research and innovation. And question is twofold. How do you spread or foster the culture of innovation in your organization? And innovation is a little bit of a broad term. It's always challenging in measuring the progress of innovation, or is there any metrics that you measure innovation?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. We were such an innovative organization during my father's time. We had so many great things that he created. There was a culture of learning in the organization. It typically is a leadership issue, right? I'm here to blame. I want decision-making quickly. My father was never like that. If somebody came with a problem, he would never ever give them a solution. He will teach them how to solve it, but he'll never solve it for them. I'm the opposite. I tell the solution first and say, you do this and come back. And I move on with it. And that's a very, very big issue with my style of functioning that has kind of curbed innovation. And I'm also an engineer, so I'm very, very process driven. So what happens is, any problem, I build a process for it immediately within the organization. I'm on SAP. I have I have a technology stack called Kelsa, where you can build workflows on the go. So any problem that I see, I build a workflow and put a process, put stakeholders, and I align it. So what that did to the organization is, the moment you build consistency and process, innovation comes down within the organization. Right? People get comfortable to doing what they're doing and say, this is my job and I'm happy. So that's a problem that I'm facing, but I'm able to get consistent product and consistent delivery. So the easiest way is through continuous Kaizens using suggestion box. Put suggestion box everywhere in your shop floor. Ensure that you have suggestion boxes for your sales team to send you inputs from. Any kind of web form is enough. That is the best way to get ideas to begin. And then have a core innovation team that looks at these ideas and then looks at making it into a tangible product. For me, I'm a products company. And then you have the R&I team that gets you consumer insights. And I've built a solid R&D team with senior people now with a PhD, 3 PhDs, that actually then do the functional product testing. It takes a longer time. Speed to market is slower for me now than it used to be before, but the failure rate is also a lot lower, because the cost to market today is far higher than what it used to be 10 years ago. So I cannot constantly innovate on product the way I used to. Organizational innovation, process innovation, that's a constant challenge. I need to keep pushing the team. If not, they get comfortable very easily, and it has to be top down. Nobody else will constantly push for innovation. So getting Kaizens in, constantly looking at quality team to institute awards for Kaizens within the organization, creating smaller teams to continually demonstrate is a challenge, and that's the only solution that I've come up with. Nothing else has worked. Suggestion box has been the best thing for me.
Hi, sir. Pradeep from YI Bangalore chapter. So first of all, thank you for the wonderful presentation. And I know Cycle Agarbatti because we have a store and we have been selling for the last 40 years. Cycle Agarbatti.
Thank you.
And it's a #1 seller.
It's my honor. Thank you so much.
Okay, coming back to the Cycle Agarbatti brand, I just want to understand, since the brand recap is so huge across India, because as you said, 85% people are in prayers and they use Agarbatti, and most of the homes are using Cycle Agarbatti. So any scope or innovation to use the Cycle Agarbatti brand to continue with a different product line? Or do you think there should be another product line with a different branding?
Yeah, two separate things. When I joined the company in 2000, please sit down. Our brand awareness was 4%. All right. Today it's only at 21%. So we still have a huge way to go. 90%, 80% of India still goes to a retail outlet and say, "Acha agarbatti dena." And Cycle is not the one the retailer gives first because dabba chota hai or margin kam hai. So my brand is not the one who's going to sell first, right? That being said, the challenge still remains. So what we did, the way our brand awareness increased was through cricket advertising. This was 2004. I remember India-Pakistan match was going to happen, 4 or 5. I got a call at 9 at night from 10 Sports saying that the tournament starts day after tomorrow. There's this big multinational that committed this property called Super 4s and Super 6s. They're backed out. We don't know who to call, but a family business where a owner can take a decision, without any approvals. So I said, okay, here also owner has to take decision, but then of course, we as owners, we negotiate well. I said, listen, I don't know what the other company offered, but this is what I'll give you. Check will be with you tomorrow. They had nothing else to do. I am twisted, got into cricket. And that was the inning, that was the series that defined India-Pakistan cricket, and Sehwag hit that amazing 4s and 6s, and we had the word, everyone has a reason to pray, and then we took the third umpire branding. And then the rest of it, and the rest of it is history. Yesterday, T20 in Edgbaston, we were there in the test match as well, and we all needed to pray for sure, especially the last day. So cricket has actually, created huge brand awareness. But the fundamental problem for me is there's still no reason to buy. RTB is still not there. Awareness has increased tremendously. So that is where my purpose, over communicating, telling people why they should buy my brand over something else, has become very important. And today the media cost has become so much, I need to be able to tell that story in 10 seconds to 15 seconds. And that's why, social media becomes so important. Trying to get, YouTube videos viral is a different story altogether. I'm learning all of that on the go. Again, talking about Cycle, what my father used to say is that never compromise on what the brand stands for. A new product or a new diversification needs to earn the respect of Cycle to be on it. Don't use it as a marketing, but use it as an endorser. Where, yes, this is from the house of Cycle. So many new products that we launch, it doesn't carry the Cycle logo till it proves its worth in the market. Right? So we don't compromise on the values of what the brand stands for, ever. Only once it proves its worth, we then put the Cycle logo on the product. That's been something that we've followed very religiously from the beginning.
I remember Mr. Amitabh Bachchan was a brand ambassador once, isn't it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that was one of the most amazing experiences when I met with Mr. Bachchan. He said, this is the only product that I accepted without even discussion, is because he said, I've been using Cycle from 30 years. That's what he said.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, one last question.
Sharmila from Madurai. First, I'm really proud that I have been working with Cycle brand for the past few months. And so the question is, like a heritage brand like Cycle, when it requires rebranding. So does it recur or not? If yes, when? If not, why?
No, firstly, I've had an amazing experience working with you as well. My team enjoys your motivation sessions. Thank you so much for that. Happy to see you here as well. No, brands constantly need to be upgraded, uplifted, repurposed for sure. But people mistake brand identity with brand purpose a lot. When an ad agency comes to me and when I tell them I want to refresh my brand, they make my cycle into a racing cycle. They'll change it. One person made it into a tricycle. One person put extra cycle. I said that is not what I want to do, right? That is not what refreshing the brand means. I can't touch the core identity of what the brand says. It's like Nike Swiss symbol changing into an Into mark or Coca-Cola changing its logo. It doesn't happen that way. Few brands have done it successfully, like Bajaj redid their logo into two Bs, but for me, that is not what brand repurposing means. The rate at which my team is growing, the rate at which the organization is growing, how do I communicate what the values that the brand is defined to all of them is the biggest challenge that I'm facing. And that is where I'm not able to do to the level at which I need to be able to do. And that is the challenge that I constantly face. How do I tell small stories to inspire my team so they understand what the brand stands for, that they can communicate to the trade quickly and consumers can understand as well. So refreshing the brand with new stories is the challenge. Even today, I'm telling stories from, about my father and grandfather, but I'm not able to get fresh stories from the market that I can communicate. Now, that's the biggest challenge that I have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. It's been a very interesting session. Feels like 40-minute masterclass. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So ultimately, now what I want to conclude with is each and every one of you here, believe in yourself. If anything, the last 3 years has taught us that, that we can do great things if we believe in ourselves and believe in each other. Trust unconditionally, okay? That's something that has defined our organization, and everything will be okay, right? So wish you all the very best of luck, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Mr. Arjun Ranga. That was Arjun Ranga, everybody, I'd like to call Mr. Dilip Krishna, the National Vice Chair, CII Young Indians, to please felicitate, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Hope everybody had a very insightful session. Quick thing before we call the next speaker. We'd like everybody to help us make Utkarsh a carbon neutral event by donating to the offset carbon generated during the event. The funds generated will be funneled by our third-party partners to the United Nations and their subsequent projects that are contributing to tackling climate change. Donors will receive a certificate acknowledging their contribution to the cause. If you need more details, you can reach out to one of us or Praveen sitting in the front. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, Abhijit. So now I'm super excited to call Abhishek Bhaskar on stage. Abhishek is one of India's leading beatboxer, award-winning architect, 3D world builder, and one of India's leading NFT artists, creator of the Meta Voice project, which is the world's first ever beatboxing generated digital art NFT series. First ever beatboxer to work on a project for the United Nations, where he collaborated with over 1,200 plus singers from 12 countries to promote international peace. World's first ever beatboxer to perform in the metaverse. My God, there are so many firsts here. Opened for international artists such as Accent, Sean Paul, and Cardinal Official. ex-youth brand ambassador for Adidas Originals and JBL. He's the founder, B for Beatbox and Dirt Lab. First Indian beatboxer to feature in a concept commercial for Pepsi. Conducted India's biggest beatboxing workshop at VR Mall with over 3,500 plus participants, along with Virat Kohli and Chris Gale and Ranveer Singh. My God, in this introduction, I don't know how many firsts did I say, and it gives us immense pleasure to have you with us, Abhishek. And as promised, you will teach us how to beatbox. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Check. All right. Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. Be a little more louder. Good evening, everyone. I have a mic. You don't have a mic, so you have to be much louder. And in the meantime, can we completely pump up the volume on this mic? Now, for the next 10 to 15 minutes, I need a promise. All right. How many of you know what exactly is beatboxing? Raise your hand up. This will be a completely interactive session, right? So if you don't know what beatboxing is, it's basically all those sounds came out of my mouth. Awesome. Now that I've earned your respect, everyone put your right hand up. All right. This is going to be very interactive. You're going to be confessing to things which you've never confessed to before. All right. Repeat after me. I, your name, will, for the next 10 minutes, follow whatever Baba Abhishekananda tells me to do. He is the best. I will follow whatever he says. Okay, let's put that to a test. All right. Sir, can you please come up on stage? Yes, you made a promise. You have to, right? Give him a huge round of applause. Come on. Oh, shortcut. Very nice. Okay, what's your name, sir? Ben. Mr. Ben. All right. So, Mr. Ben, are you feeling comfortable on stage? Yes. Are you willing to dance for us a little bit? I'll also dance. Yeah. 30 seconds. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Ladies and gentlemen, give Mr. Ben a huge round of applause. Thank you so much, sir. He fulfilled his promise. All right. Now, everyone, can you stand up quickly? Let's do this. You're going to be burning way more calories from this particular event than the entire day, right? I'm fat, so I can always burn more calories. Now, listen to beatboxing. Now, how many of you know what is beatboxing now? Everyone? Yes. Now, listen to what I'm doing and then react, right? So in the NFT space, I know I'm known by this project called the Meta Voice project, where you can see the human voice rather than hear it, right? So now what I want to do is make this entire room a live Meta Voice project. You're going to react to beatboxing. Sound number 1, you're going to jump when you listen to this, all right? Can we do that? When you listen to this, jump. 1 second. Everyone is doing it. Sir in the black shirt, I'll catch every single person. I don't care how big you are. You might be a billionaire. It doesn't matter. We are all equal here. All right. 3, 2, 1. Cheaters can't do this. This is not jumping. This is like gravity saying, I love you. All right. No. 3, 2, 1, go. First standard over. All right. Second standard. When I do, you're gonna clap. Or let's do this. When I do, you're gonna clap. All right. Second standard over. Now direct to 10 standard syllabus. All right. When I do, you're gonna scream as much as possible. All right.
Perfect. Learned syllabus? Yes. Now, when you listen to it, you have to react. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Cheaters. I did. Where is that in the syllabus? I never taught anything. This is why this is true entrepreneurship. Even if you don't know what it is, just go for it. All right. Let's do it one more time. 3, 2, 1, go. And come to do whatever you want. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Please have a seat. Thank you. Everyone is wondering, I was just about to go have coffee, and this guy wearing a t-shirt just came and made me burn calories. So now this, ladies and gentlemen, is beatboxing, all right? Where you beatbox and create sounds just from your mouth. It's not the sound team that is doing it, right? It is me. I'm doing it, no? Yeah. How many of you don't believe that I'm doing it? Raise your hand up. Believe it, no? Such, right? Okay, lovely. How many of you know this band called Black Eyed Peas? Only the young people know it. Okay. Lovely. Oh, this guy mentioned age. Okay. Black Eyed Peas is basically, think of it as Indian Rajma. All right. They're a band. They're a music band. One of their songs goes like this. Use your hands now. 1 second. I'm beatboxing. So that's why I'm doing this. You have both hands, no? So clap. You also don't do this. Come on. 3, 2, 1, go. Now that is fine. That is boring, right? We are Indians. We need that local Indian flavor. Otherwise, we're not happy, right? What if Mr. Rajnikant had to remix this beat? Colorify this beat and put it, all right? It goes something like this. That was Mr. Rajnikant. Give him a huge round of applause. You're actually clapping. As if Rajnikant is there. I like the enthusiasm. Okay, now, who's the most famous person in India in the yoga space? Who's the most famous person? Baba Ramdev. See, that is true marketing. Everyone knows his name. All right. If Baba Ramdev was a beatboxer, how would it go? All right. Before that, you have to learn yoga, right? Otherwise, if I just come up on stage and like Baba Ramdev will beatbox, it won't work. All right. Everyone, yoga, this is very hard. All right. Use your nose to breathe in. Hold it. We have 10 minutes of time, no? Let them hold it. Okay. Leave it out. Right? If Baba Ramdev had to beatbox. Baba Ramdev, give him a huge round of applause for this also. Very nice. Baba Ramdev came. 2 chief guests are invited on stage. Very nice. Okay. Now, very important. All right. Is anyone here a singer or a dancer? Choose whatever one you want. What does he do? Sing. You don't sing. He's your best friend. All right. Is anyone a dancer here? I would actually need the help of Arvind sir. Yes. I heard you're one of India's leading dancers. I don't think we got him on last time also, right? Yes, please come, sir. Please come on stage. Now everyone is screaming. Very nice. All right. So I'll give the Janta the choice. All right. How should Arvind dance on stage? How? Be very creative. I'm telling you, this is your chance. Tapangut. Nagin. Okay, let's combine. Again, we are Indians. Let's colorify everything. All right. You're doing Nagin with Tapangut. Mix both of it. All right. Ready? Give him a countdown from 5. All right. 5, 4, 3. One second. Whoever gave that Nagin idea, no. You see what he did on stage. I'll never forgive you for this. It'll be inside my memory forever. One more time, all right? 3, 2, 1, go. Sir, I don't need any payment. Thank you. That was my payment for the day. Give him a huge round of applause. Come on. Whoever you are, you know my weakness now. All right, let's do this. I was asked to give a small lesson. Who wants to learn beatboxing here? Raise your hand up. Very nice. One person wants to learn. I'll teach everyone. I'm shameless. Okay, anyways. All right. Everyone, fill your mouth with air. We are out of COVID, so don't worry. All right. Now say boo. Boo. Not thu. Someone said thu. Not thu. Boo. Boo. All right. Now stress on the letter B in the word boo. Poo. 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 Now cut the oo. Anyone got it? Yes? Do we have a mic? We need proof. Simply you can't say yes. Yes, where is the mic? Where is the mic? The nation wants to know. Yes. Now everyone will be careful. No, I didn't study syllabus.
No, whatever I understood, I'm going to demonstrate it.
See,
So-
blame it on the teacher.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can just revise once. It's like,
Don't need to hire me next time. Please, we have a beatboxer. That's pretty good actually. Go for it. Very nice. Lovely. Actually, I shouldn't have taught. Next time you won't get me on stage. Okay. Second sound is clench your teeth. Everyone, show me your teeth. This everyone got it. No? How many of you got it? You got it? Yeah. We need proof. We need proof. I come from the blockchain space also. So everything works on proof of work, proof of stake, whatever it is. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, perfect, perfect. 90%, 90%, A plus. All right. Third sound, very hard. Sounds like a gunshot. You say push, push, push. Now stress on the letter P in the word push. How many of you got it? You got it? You're kind of confused. Okay, this is your homework sound, all right? Go back home and practice it. When you have these three sounds, you can create millions of beats. That's all there is. Beatboxing is very easy, all right? That is beatboxing. All right. Very nice. Okay. Last two activities with everyone. All right. Now, do we have the thing to dim off the lights slightly? Yes. Okay. In the meantime, can everyone stand up? I'm assuming everyone has a smartphone. Yes. In the meantime, if we have a photographer, they can come from the back. If not, that is completely fine. And take out your phone, turn on your flashlight. Yes, everyone. All right. Everyone, if anyone has Nokia 1100, please. I know one museum where we can keep it. All right. Everyone, take it out. Don't be shy. Show me your smartphone. All right. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As I said, that is first standard syllabus. Keep it up, keep it up. Now, there are two sides here. You're going to say young. You're going to say young. When I point at you, you're going to say young. You're going to say Indians, all right? When I point at you. 3, 2, 1, go. And that is the Young Indians chant. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we created history. Give yourselves a round of applause. Come on. Nice. Okay. Now, one last activity. I want everyone to dance for this. All right. Keep standing. Keep standing. Don't worry. I'm not the only one burning calories now. All right. Okay. Now, let's fuse things together. Let's start with Bhangra first. Anyone who can dance for Bhangra here? Sir, please come on stage. Come. Come. You made a promise, remember. Everyone is wondering, why did I make that promise? I could have just left for tea. All right. Okay. Sir, ready? All right. 3. And by the way, the whole lesson is whatever sir does, you're going to do it as well. We're all going to learn from each other. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Before we do any more of these, thank you so much, sir. That was beautiful. Lovely. I didn't expect so many of you to get my jokes. My jokes are actually very bad. Very nice. Okay. Now, is there any South Indian dancer here for Tapanguttu who can nail it? Arvind sir's quota is already over. Anyone else? Nice fish market, but I need one name. Is Harshit here? Where is Mr. Harshit? Mayank? Vikrant? Where is Mr. Vikrant? Oh, Mr. Vikrant is here. Please come, sir. Lovely. Whoa. Very nice, very nice. Hello, sir. I heard you're one of India's leading Tapanguttu dancers. Really? Oh, very nice. Okay. Look at that energy. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to copy whatever the teacher teaches. All right. Ready? Everyone. Ready. No cheating. You can't just do this and be done with it. You have to complete. This is a group project which everyone will work into. All right. Ready? Give them a countdown from 10. 10, 9, 8, 7. 1 second. Teacher, look at the students. They're only clapping. Unfit students, everyone do it. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Before you ask me anything more, thank you so much. Sir, thank you so much. It was a pleasure. Thank you. Give him a huge round of applause. Come on.
Anything, bye-bye. See you in the evening.
Lovely, lovely energy. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings me to the end of my performance. Thanks to I will. Which beat? One beat, I can do it again. Choose your own beat. Rajnikant is Tapanguttu itself. All right, but you asked for it. You asked for it. Yes, this is law of karma in action. Please come. Please come. You're like Rajnikant. All right. Interpretation, open to interpretation. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, your new teacher, new syllabus, copy it. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. I didn't do that. I didn't do that. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this is beatboxing. My name is Abhishek Bhaskar. In the Web3 space, I'm known as Appbuzz. Please stay connected. Have some good tea, have some good food, have a great life. Thank you so much. All the sounds you heard was part of my mouth and nose, nothing else. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thanks to Arvind and the entire team for getting me over. Thank you.
Hey, that was amazing. Wasn't that amazing? One louder. That's it? We should get you to do some more beatbox then.
Definitely. But I think that we already have another beatboxer for next year.
Right, but for that amazing performance, I'd like to invite Mr. Ben and Mr. Ronak to please come and honor Abhishek for this wonderful performance.
A special thanks to Abhishek. He had an event in Cochin, and then he came exclusively for young Indians today. He landed and just straight here to our event. Special thanks to Abhishek. Thank you. Thank you.
So we're going to take a tea break, coffee and tea break, and please be back at 5:15 p.m. right here. 5:10. Sorry, 5:10 p.m. Please be back. Thank you. Mr. Manu Prasad is already here, so please be back by 5:10.